It.
Hello, everyone. I'll explain the story about the CPU in a minute. But first, I'd like to correct a mistake I've made. Whoa, what's going on with Clive's hand there? Whoa. Oh, you know what? I'll bet my I have not checked my webcam yet. I'll bet it's pointed in a really unusual direction. Oh, yeah, that's not ideal. Here, let's fix that. There, is that better? Oh, that's... Well... Wow, it's actually... What the what's going on here? It was working fine a moment ago. Oh, and actually, it is working fine in the main tracking app, or at least it looks that way. Boy, the problems, they just keep happening, don't they? Here, let me look at the... Oh, wow, it's like... Huh, weird. Well, whatever. We'll survive. Anyway, yeah, so a few things. Sorry, I'm deeply distracted by his... What is his arm doing? Why is it over there? Buddy? Hang on, let me just reset the motion capture. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, I need to take the... whoops, I need to take the message off the chat bot that says help out with vet bills, because that situation is pretty much resolved. Thanks to everybody who contributed. Let me just... Save. There we go. And then we'll just... Boop. There we go. I'll just pin that. Yeah, I don't know why his hand is acting like that. You just have to bear with it. I'll probably turn it off later, so it's not distracting. Yeah, there is some weirdness going on, but so okay, couple things. First off, I want to correct a mistake I just made. I had just quipped that the song we were just listening to from Unreal Tournament 99 is like, it really reminds you that the guy who composed it also worked on the Deus Ex soundtrack. That's a funny bit, but it turns out it's not actually true. That was one of the few songs on the UT99 soundtrack that was composed not by Alexander. Oh, geez, what's his name? UT99 composer Alexander Brandon, who I think did most of the soundtrack. It was actually composed by Peter Hodgba, who goes a demo scene artist who goes by the name Skaven, which those are the rats, right? Yes, that's no mistake. And he did just 2 songs in Unreal Tournament, and then of course, being Finnish, went on to work for Remedy, because there's only 12 game developers in Finland, and they all work for Remedy, as far as I can tell. Jesus Christ, Comp Geek. Yeah, because all we need is another cat. Fuck a. Anyway, Peak, you did call him Collide the other day, and I was having a really bad day and chose not to make it worse by correcting you. Anyway, yeah, so I did not mean to miscredit that composer. He only did the 2 songs, but boy, they were definitely up to snuff.
Don't do that.
There we go. There we go. Okay, so about the stream, about what happened last time. Oh shit! Right, the chat is gone because I have to. Okay, so I use Mix It Up for my chat bot, and if I forget to start it and hit the login button before I start everything else, then all my web connections break. It's really irritating. I understand why it happens. There we go. Okay. Yeah, the chat is supposed to be up there. Anyway, so though some of you may have been here a few weeks ago. God, how long has it been? It feels like it must have been over a month. There's the chat. Excellent. It feels like it must have been over a month since that stream, but for all I know, I would check it. It would be like a week and a half ago. Thank you, GP. I appreciate the concern. Yeah, everything's fine. Everything's fine. We're good here. Everything's under control. But anyway, so during the last stream, everything was going quote unquote fine. I mean, I actually sort of hated that stream. It was really like, I liked the intro. That was fun, but I was in a shitty mood that day and didn't realize. And so like, I was just not having a good time, and kind of being a dick to people and whatnot. And I was starting to realize it and trying to think, how do I get out of this? How do I punch out of this situation? Because I'm obviously not where I should be. And then, yeah, all of a sudden there just wasn't a Clive anymore. The stream was just gone. And, oh God, the glass shelf. Yeah, I should share the pictures of that. That was a fun situation. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the Noida devs, the only other game produced in Finland, apparently. So I was streaming, and then all of a sudden there just wasn't a stream anymore. And when I looked over, I found that the video output from the because if you don't know, I have a dedicated machine here that runs the stream and simulates Clive, right? So it's doing all the face tracking, it's generating the 3D, it runs the chat bot, it encodes the stream, and all this stuff. And the whole idea was to get it off of my primary desktop PC so it would be free up to do, to actually run games and things like that. And also to improve reliability because the more stuff I'm doing on the desktop PC, the more likely it is it's going to crash. And so I kept having streams that got interrupted for that reason. So, that's right. FutureMark did have a games division. I forgot about that. And they are also Finnish, correct? Yeah, good times. Anyway, so the machine, like the fans were still spinning, and it was responding on the network, but it just wasn't. There was no picture on the screen. And then let's see what happened. I think it was that I think I shut it down and replaced the graphics card, and when it came back up, it was at like 640 by 480, and would not. I realized it was in like Visa mode. And so I went to install the graphics drivers, and once they installed, the picture disappeared. And I think I can't remember if the machine blue screened or if there wasn't a picture. Oh, that's right. I installed the graphics drivers, and then the graphics card got an exclamation mark and said the device could not start. And I'm like, that's odd. Okay. Well, the card that I'm using is a clapped out GTX 1080 Ti that, wait a minute, hang on a second. We've lost the tracking. The Clive tracking is just gone. What happened here? Oh, cool. Oh, excellent. There we go. Yeah, the NDI webcam thing decided to just not be there. Boy, I'm already having good times today. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Everything's fine. We're fine. Anyway, boy, computers. Imagine using a computer for your job. What a bad idea. So I thought, okay, well, this graphics card that I'm using is this clapped out 1080 Ti that I got for like $40 because it had a bad fan. And then like an hour after I started using it, the fan stopped being bad. I'm not sure why. I did blow the dust out of it. I don't know why that would make it noisy, but it did make it noisy. And so, that just fixed it. So I got really lucky there because a 1080 Ti is still like $100 card, I think, maybe a little more. And it's really the bare minimum I need for what I'm doing here because the Unity rendering shader system is like really heavy. And so for the scenes, like this scene we have here, if I was trying to render this on the Radeon RX 560 I was using originally, it wouldn't even run. You'd be getting 1 FPS. So I needed to use a 10 series card to do what I'm trying to do. And this is only, and I got a good deal on this, so great, right? But I figured, well, it's clapped out, maybe it'll have problems. And so when the machine quit, I was just like, oh, okay, so the graphics card died. Who's shocked? Fortunately, I had happened to luck into a 1070 Ti as well, which is good enough for what I was doing. So I swapped that in, and it had the same problem. It would come up, it would run in Visa mode. When I tried to load the drivers, it would say the device could not start. I'm like, God, that's weird. So both cards? No, that's impossible. So I went round and round a little bit, and then I swapped the CPU, and that fixed it. And I have a pretty strong theory on what happened, and frankly, it makes sense. It's just weird. And the theory is, probably everybody here is aware of this, but there was a point in time when you couldn't have a CPU failure cause a specific subsystem of your machine to stop working because there were no subsystems in the CPU. Like the CPU itself, all it did was process instructions. Everything else was in outboard devices. So if you lost like a memory channel in 2010, that could not be a CPU problem because memory interfacing was handled by the North Bridge. Well, then they moved the memory interface onto the CPU, so the CPU talks directly to memory. So now it's possible to lose a memory channel, which is exactly what had happened with the CPU. And I knew that when I bought it. It was a Ryzen 3900X, 12-core CPU, a few years old, but still pretty cromulent. And, $120, $130 CPU, which I got for $30 because it had a blown memory channel. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. I don't intend to put that much RAM in it, so sure, that's sounds good to me, right? So I was happy enough with that. But another thing that is discrete at this point that didn't used to be is PCI Express. It used to be that that's a good one, Peak. Hilarious joke. It used to be that all your PCI, your PCI Express, your AGP, everything used to go through the South Bridge in order to make it to the CPU. But due to the latency and whatnot that imposed, especially for graphics, the top slot on any given motherboard for the last, 8 years, something like that, goes straight into the CPU. So it is actually possible for a processor to blow a transceiver that knocks out just your top PCIe lane or slot. And this is enhanced even further by the fact that the card still worked. It just wouldn't work once you installed the proper driver, meaning that one of the lanes was functioning, but not all of them, right? So once you install the driver, it turns on, lanes 2 through 16, gets corrupted gibberish on them, the PCIe, controller barfs, and throws back an error, and the OS falls back into Visa mode again, right? That's my guess about what's going on there. And so it makes sense that a chip that had already had this bizarre failure, losing a memory channel, would also have a second bizarre failure, losing a PCIe lane. I just didn't, I didn't expect it, but sure, why not, right? It makes sense. Anyway, so all I had to do was get, quote unquote, all I had to do was get a new CPU to replace this. But of course, computer parts are really expensive right now. And, for what I'm doing, I don't need just any CPU. I need like a pretty decent one. And so, it made sense to wait a little bit. Somebody had offered to buy me a new one, but I didn't want to take advantage of their generosity at least until the vet situation was resolved. And even then I wasn't sure. So I had to sort of sleep on it. And I decided, well, it's a work expense. This may be a minor part of my job, all things considered, because everybody who comes here is somebody who already knows me. And pretty much that's not strictly true. I do get the occasional new viewer, but you get what I mean, that like it feels weird when it's like I could spend $200 goddamn dollars, even if it's somebody else's money, spending that on this versus on making a new video, the thing that people are actually paying me to do, on a much larger scale. It's weird, right? But hey, someone had offered, and everyone who comes here seems to like these streams, so I figured, okay, I'll go ahead and bite the bullet and accept their donation. Anyway, so yeah, I went over to. Oh, right. So, what I was gonna say though is I wasn't gonna do it because I wasn't actually sure that I needed the other CPU. Like I wasn't actually convinced that it was necessary for what I was doing. And so, wow, I'm just gonna turn off Clive's arm there. There we go. This is just freaking out. I wasn't convinced it was actually necessary. The chip I had in there to test with was a Ryzen 1700, which is a pretty old, pretty shitty chip. But I hadn't actually had a chance to test and see if it would run this setup. Big news, no. The reason I'm here, I'm starting at 5 my time instead of 1 my time, is because I did in fact have to run through a whole bunch of tests and whatnot.
Megabytes.
There it is. I had to run through a bunch of tests and whatnot, and eventually realized that the CPU, the 1700, was getting tapped out. So I really do need a decently performant chip for what I'm doing. So I decided to roll over to the Best Buy and just get the cheapest one they had, which ended up being a 5800X. That was the cheapest CPU they had in stock, which by modern standards. By gamer standards, isn't that expensive, but still. So So I don't know if they're watching or want a shout out, but if you're watching, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. So we're back. Now we're going to go to a place where we could talk to God or the devil. Yeah, that's the other thing, right? Is that like, isn't the X3D considerably more expensive than just the plain X or XT? I bought this chip for $212, I believe, and hanging above it was like 32 gigs of laptop RAM for, I swear the price tag said $485. I'm going to check that, but I believe that's what that said. So let me look this up. Was it 32 or was it? Yeah, here we go. Crucial 64 gig of 5600 megahertz laptop RAM. So that's two 32s. $488. Woo. Here, let me get that picture. There's a good. Oh, that's right. See, now that I have
300 megabytes.
No, it's a few more than that. It's actually a couple more than that. Unfortunately. Shit. Well, I don't know where I put it, but there was a social media post somebody sent me the other day. There was a picture. It's just like the RAM I want, and it's a bunch of DDR5, and then the RAM I can afford, and it's a fucking pickup truck. It's true. It's great living in 2025, soon to be 2026, because of all the jokes we get to make about how expensive things are. I think that particular bit would have been enhanced if they had managed to work something in there about egg prices. Yeah, I know a number of people who bought RAM just before the hammer came down. And, oh boy, shit. Anyway, so I realize a few people here will not have been privy to this. So I have another event has occurred in my life recently. And I'm just gonna let me just go get the pictures of it so I can share those, because I've just not been able to catch a break lately. You know, it's been tough. All right, let's see. I'm in this interesting situation where like sending over imagery from my desktop PC is kind of hard on account of the PC it's doing the stream is no longer the one that like I do most of my living on. And so if I just want to share like a picture with you, I can't just like drag it over there because it's two different PCs. It's inconvenient. But here, let me do an NDI stream because MDI has been working out so well for me lately. Here, let's do that. Okay. Then let's put a color source in there. And we'll just make that. There we go. Okay. And now I'm going to add an NDI source over here. Click. There we go. And we'll just... There we go. Yeah, I'll just fax it to you. I have a number of ways of getting getting stuff from one computer to another quickly. I just hadn't set anything up for this. So, all right. So the other day, I'm up, quote unquote early, which is like, I don't know, 9:45, 10, something like that. I've been having a hard time lately. Can't imagine why. I go out to the kitchen and I say hi to Daria, and then I go back to my bedroom to finish getting dressed, and she grabs her coffee and is about to go upstairs, and there's like a pop from the kitchen. It sounds like the garbage can lid like popped out because sometimes it gets dented in. And she goes back to check, and this is what she sees. And this is what has happened. So we bought IKEA cabinets, and we got the glass shelves. And yes, I know about tempered glass, but I mean, an awful lot of people do this. And we've had these for like, I don't know, like 8 years, something like that. We have no idea what happened. Like, it's not entirely clear. I have a theory that because we had so much load on the bottom shelf, Peak, you're not wrong. That's just accurate. Because we had so much load on the bottom shelf, I think that it bowed the sides, of the cabinet inwards, pinching the shelf, and it just ran out of elastic limit and just popped. So we had to clean all this up and then go over to IKEA and buy replacement shelves, which is like $30. So it's not the end of the world, but still, we had to chuck, because of potential contamination, we had to chuck a whole bunch of the sauces and whatnot, which, come on, everyone, be sympathetic to my sauce catastrophe, okay? All right? And can you imagine how you would feel if you lost some of your sauces? But yeah, so it's one thing after another. Lately, I gotta say. Let's see. Do I have any other relevant images that I ought to share before we continue? Cata sauce. Okay, you need a T in there. It needs to be catasautic. Oh no, that's also bad. No, it doesn't work. Yeah, no, that's a non-starter. I'm just flipping through my pictures on my hard drive here to see if there's anything else I'd like to share.
100 megabytes.
This is the same Clive box that it was for the last stream. I just replaced the CPU, which was fun actually because the processor, the cooler that I had in there was a aftermarket, or at least an alternative AMD cooler that uses the 4 screws instead of the flip clamp, right? And so when I went to install the new CPU, I wanted to use the cooler that it came with because the one that I was using for the old CPU was of much lower quality. It was like pure aluminum. It didn't even have a copper slug or anything. Oh my God, the face tracking has quit again. Hang on, let me turn on visuals here. Oh yeah, it's lost it completely. This is new behavior. So let me see. Okay, yeah, that's the issue. So the NDI webcam, for some reason, is just crapping out. I did not have this problem before. Yeah, Clive does not want to work tonight. Yeah? Yeah, it's still not working. I think it's the smartphone's fault. I think, because I left the NDI camera running on here while I went to Best Buy, and I think that this thing has like a memory leak or something. So after a few hours, yep, there we go. Yeah, so I keep having to restart the NDI stream, which is like there's worse problems to have, and it mostly only affects his head right now. It's because it's a Sunday. The Lord is upset at me. Anyway, what was I talking about? Well, yeah, so it's the same Clive box I was using last time. I just replaced the CPU. Oh, that's what it was. When I went to install the new chip, I wanted to use the cooler it came with because I guess AMD started selling coolers again with their chips, and it's a much higher quality one. It's got copper and heat pipes and whatnot. The other one was just a plain old sink. It uses the flip clamp, and it doesn't come with the little plastic clips that go on the motherboard for it to clip onto because they assume you have those. And so I had to scrounge around to find a set of clips I could install onto the board. And it turns out that AM4 and AM5 clips are identical, except that they moved a little locating pin. Yeah, the mouth continues working because the mouth is being tracked in Warudo rather than VRig Unity. They moved a little locating pin from one side of a screw hole to the other side so that even though everything appears to be identical, it just, it's keyed so it will not go in. And I'm sure they had a good reason for it, but it's still weird. So we had to dig around until we found a pair of replacement clips, which fortunately worked. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here right now. I would have had to cancel the stream for the day. Yeah, I think the eye blink is too sensitive, though. I'm not sure why. Anyway, so let's talk about computers a little bit more before we continue, because I'm gonna stream a video game, but I don't know how much the video game is gonna hold up. So we're gonna do some other stuff before we start. So I've been working on a video about Backplane computers lately, and I don't remember if I posted about this or not. but I'll just share some pictures here. Oh, fit the screen. There we go. Here, let me just. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we're doing PicMig now. Yeah, I think I posted something about this because I remember writing in a Patreon post something about, hey, if you have any PicMig machines, let me know. And yeah, I'm still very much looking for some, though I'm running out of time for that to be useful. But in any case, welcome to the sub hobby. Yeah, I love to get sub hobbies, right? To end up just like, yeah. So what are you into? Computers? Well, we need to get more specific than that. So each one of these is a complete computer. So you can see the top one there's Pentium 4. Then we have, well, the middle one is Pentium 3 class. It is a 1 gigahertz VSC3. And then the bottom one is like a Pentium 100, I want to say. And all the parts of the computer are on there. And the only thing you need to make it work is voltage. And it gets that voltage through a backplane, which I also have. Where are my pictures of same? Oh, I didn't save them here. That's fair. Well, here, let me just show you. I have a basic backplane, but I wanted to get a better one because I want to do a video about this. And I want it to be good. And so let's just, there we go. So I picked this up off of that one. Yeah, there are a lot of PBXs that use this style of machine. So I picked this chassis up off of eBay. This cost a relative fortune, $200 that I did not want to spend, but all things considered, given my realistic budget, it's a steal for what it is, because there was a time when you couldn't get one of these chassis for less than $1,200. So, here's what the back of it looks like. Fit. There we go. So, as you can see, oh yeah, the Intertel Access, I think. Oh, that's a similar concept, but very different, because the Access used a like VME bus style backplane that I think actually was, no, I think it may have been VME bus now that I think about it, because I think it used 68,000 processors, and the PC was just sort of piggybacking on top of that. This is a native, this is a native PC backplane. I'll show you the inside in a minute. You unfortunately cannot run 3 PCs side by side in this particular machine, but they do make them where you can put multiple computers in there, and we'll touch on that in a moment. This is not an Acme case. This, at least as far as I know, this is an Advantech case, and I don't think they rebranded it. Okay, so the difference between these and blade servers is that blade servers are they're more condensed and have a lot and much higher end. The idea with this sort of thing, here, let's get a picture of the inside of it, and I'll talk about it some more. Okay, here we go. All right, so that's a backplane motherboard, and what it is a completely almost completely passive, in this case, set of slots and traces. So basically, this one is a little tiny bit more advanced than some. I have another backplane here that contains literally no active components whatsoever. It is a set of PCI slots, a set of ISA slots, and that's it. It's got a power plug, right? But that's it. There are no chips, no transistors, not a single piece of silicon on the board itself. And the idea is that you just plug in one of these cards, and all it does is fan out the signaling lines from the ISA and the PCI slot, because the computer is just the card. That's the whole machine. The only function of the backplane typically is to give the computer itself access to more devices, so it can actually talk to, so you can build a more complex computer out of it and actually, plug in your data acquisition cards or SCSI cards or whatever. The reason this board has those big chips on it is because, as Megatog said, you can't have more than 4 PCI slots without a bridge chip. And so what this does is it has 2 bridge chips that sit in between the motherboard, or the SBC, I should say, and the actual PCI slots on the board. And we, in this case, we don't actually have really any ISA slots. You could put something in. If you put the SBC in the bottommost slot, you could put ISA cards in the 2 slots above it, but it's kind of awkward, and I don't think this is really so much intended for that. I tried putting a Sound Blaster in there, and it didn't really fit. But the idea is this, that there's several factors here. So for one thing, you'll notice that is, I think, 14 slots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Sorry. So that's 15 slots. And depending on which backplane you have, it is possible to build a machine with 14 PCI cards. You literally can't do that in a normal PC. Like ATX, EATX, they're not big enough. There's just nowhere to put more slots. Sorry, I'm reading the... yes, that is the case with PCI. Like, you can only fan PCI out to 4, maybe 5 slots. But you do have a point, and I'll talk about that. But there is a limit, a pretty harsh limit on how many PCI slots you can reliably drive. It might not be 4, it might be 6, but you still need to have some. You still need to have a bridge chip once you get up to this many slots. And anyway you slice it, you just can't fit more than 7 into a normal ATX case of any design. You would have to make a custom case and a custom board layout. Oh, wow, you're actually getting that noise, aren't you? I'm just realizing that. I'm surprised nobody else had noticed that. There, that should be gone. It is, in fact, coil whine coming from a... Yeah, I've played a little bit of Nocturne. I think it's a cool game. I just don't know if it'll sustain an entire stream. We'll get to it, though. It's a neat game. Anyway, so yeah, this idea with the backplane systems, it gets you a couple things. Oh, the Intertel Access is the one on an AT Tower chassis. Oh, I'm thinking of something else then. Wait, no, I thought the Access was the one I have with the... Well, whatever. Anyway, so there's 2 concepts at play here. The first one is that you could get a lot of cards in there. And the second one is that the bulk of the computer, and thus the bulk of the things that can fail, is not built into the motherboard. So imagine if you had a machine like this, and you had 12 cards in there. Well, if there's special cards for some sort of special application, like, for instance, this particular machine, this chassis was originally used in I think it was a fluoroscopy machine from GE, this gigantic machine that had like a rotating head that you did like angio catheterization in, right? So I think it was driving like a big complicated robotic fluoroscopy system. This would have had a whole bunch of specialty cards in it that very likely had a bunch of cables running between each other. And I do know that a lot of companies used this style of chassis to build phone systems where they would have 4 or 8 or 12 cards in the machine that do T1 or analog phone line interfaces, and then those cards would be joined together with their own internal bus. They have a TDM bus built out of one or several ribbon cables. Then they might have additional power cables and then external connections, right? So suppose this had a conventional motherboard and the CPU died, like the chipset fried, okay? So the motherboard itself is now dead. What's it look like to fix that? You're going to have to label and unplug 60 cables from the back of it, potentially. Unplug all the internal cables, making sure you know exactly where they came from. Pull all those cards, pull all the cables going to the motherboard, pull the motherboard, put a new one in. You're going to be at that for 3 hours. With an SBC-based machine, if the PC dies, you take out one screw, remove like maybe 4 or 5 cables because the hard drives and whatnot still have to plug into the SBC, pull this card out, put another one in, plug the cables back in, you're done. Everything else stays exactly where it was. So, oh yes, sorry, I forgot to answer. Generally speaking, you can only plug the PIC-MIG cards into the bottom 2 slots, the ones that have the PCI slot on the right. But yeah, as Megatog said, there's nothing stopping you from plugging it into just the ISIS slot if you don't need any PCI, because it gets all the power it needs from that. Obviously, in this case, it wouldn't work because it does need the PCI, right? And the other thing, now that I look at it, and I'm going to have to double check this, but I wonder if that central ISIS slot is even lit up, because I don't see any traces on this side. Oh, but it's a through-hole part, so they're probably on the other side. What am I thinking? I am used to seeing the traces on the top, but there's so much density here from the PCI stuff that maybe they just went ahead and put all the traces on the bottom. In any case, though, yeah, if you put two SBCs in there, then they're gonna stomp all over each other, right? You'll just get gibberish on the bus. Anyway, so yeah, PIC-MIG cards just need power from somewhere, and some of them will actually accept power from nowhere. Like this. Oh, sorry, not this card. The Pentium 4 card here on the top. This one, unfortunately, when I plugged it in, it exploded. It hadn't happened yet at the time I took this picture, but one of the MOSFETs in the VRM circuitry on the left there caught fire, and so I desoldered it and replaced it, and it's no longer shorted, but it doesn't work. And then I got another Pentium 4 SBC, totally different design, and that one also doesn't work, and I have no idea why. However, the other one, not visible in this image, has a 4-pin Molex plug, which you can use to power the thing instead of the PIC-MIG motherboard. So you could actually just eschew this entirely and just run these things, just laying on a desk if you wanted. Of course, at that point, just plug in a fucking motherboard. You just got a PC. Anyway, you'll also notice, or not, that up at the top there, it's plugged into an ATX power supply. But next to that, if you look closely, is a AT power supply interface. And then the other board that I have here has screw terminals, and nothing stops you from just wiring up a couple of mean wells with 12 and 5 volts, and away you go. So there's a lot of flexibility in how this stuff works. You'll also notice there's an auxiliary 4-pin Molex plugged in above the PCI bridge chips. I don't exactly know what that does. I think I checked the manual for the board and it didn't actually explain what it was for, but I'll have to look again. But one thing that is less noticeable here is just above that Molex plug, you'll notice there are 5 LEDs, and those are actually the power rail status lights, which is really cool because these are industrial, they're intended for quick repairs. And so sorry, the door to my office here just suddenly rattled in and out like somebody slammed into it, and I'm like, what the hell? And then I heard the front door being locked, and so apparently just the pressure wave from that made my door wobble. That's the first time that's happened that I know of. Anyway, so if you open up if you're a maintenance tech and you open up one of these machines that's not working, the very first thing you're going to want to know is, did a power rail go on the power supply? And the fact that not only do you not need to unplug the power supply and plug it into a tester to find out, you don't even need to open the machine because there's actually status lights right here on the front. If you look at that flip down cover there on the right, it's got power, hard drive, then it has temperature and fan status because it has its own hardware-based fan monitoring and an alarm that goes off if the fans fail. And then below that are status lights for all the rails. So you can walk right up to one of these things, look at the front, and if you see that the 3.3 is off and the rest are on, you've got your diagnosis. Just open it up and swap the power supply, right? So it's a really so this is very much part of why I'm bothering to go through this whole spiel right now is that you can get this chassis with multiple PSUs. That's a swappable thing. They just went for one for this application. This is one of those things where I was not going to go this deep into it because I was thinking of it as being a pretty simple topic. And then as I started looking at the details, I began realizing that there was stuff that took much longer to summarize than I expected. And it started assembling itself in my head into a much larger narrative. So I think that this is very much worth a whole video. So I'm think this is going to be my next video, hopefully. I actually have multiple Backplane chassis. This just happened out of nowhere. Like, I've wanted these things for 15 years. They were always too expensive, and they never showed up at the REPC store or anything like that. Also, EekPie, I did see your question about the storms and flood. Don't let me forget to talk about that, because that's quite relevant. But all of a sudden, several machines showed up at the REPC that were not sellable to the general public because of the condition they were in, and because they just weren't very desirable. Like, they're incomplete, and they can't sell stuff there when it doesn't like have a complete chassis. Nobody will ever buy it. Plus, there's like liability concerns. But they know I'm not gonna come back and sue them, right? So sometimes I give them scrap value for something that was just headed for the dumpster anyway. So I got a couple machines I don't have photos of right now. One of which was like a Dolch style luggable that turns out to be based on a Backplane, an SBC design, which I've never seen before. That's wild. And then, oh wow, Megalog, I just saw what you said about PISA. It uses EISA connectors to achieve the same thing as PicMig. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, that's an important thing worth pointing out. If I remember correctly, PicMig, which is the standard for these things, the P stands for PCI. So this standard came out in 1995 after PCI was out, if I remember correctly. And so while it does support ISA, there was never a version of it that completely lacked PCI. And the reason for that is that you don't actually need a standard for an ISA backplane. ISA is self-sufficient. It is a backplane. Like, because it is such a dumb bus, all you have to do is put a connector on the edge of a motherboard and you're done. Like, there's literally nothing more to it. You don't actually need to create any kind of mounting standard until such a time as you need to add PCI, because notice that the ISA slot down there is in the standard ISA position that you'd find on any motherboard. But in order to connect the PCI, they had to put it in an unusual non-standard location so it could connect to the SBC. So obviously there was no way to resolve this. I guess what they could have done is just mandated that the backplanes have a single ISA and a single PCI side by side, and then made the SBC, double wide, but that's a waste of space. So the only reason that there needed to be a backplane standard at all, because there had been backplane computers going way back to probably the early 80s. And hell, that's what an S100 machine is. I have an S100 machine, by the way, and I'll show you what the inside looks like, because it's pretty much the same deal. Where the hell did I put those photos? Here we go. Yeah, here. I don't think. Oh, I posted about this. I made a Patreon post about this. So probably a lot of you have already seen it. But yeah. So this is my beautiful new S100 system. So this is this is based on the original Altair 8800 that kicked off the microcomputer revolution, right? But when you take a look inside, it's literally nothing more than a set of slots and a power supply. So PicMig was not necessary in the early days of the PC, because all you had to do, like, the PC worked just fine with this approach to things. Like, these aren't ISA, but it's pretty much the same style. It's just address and data lines and go home. And then a few pins for power. So early backplane PCs were just this. They looked exactly like this. And you didn't need any sort of standard. All you had to do was put ISA slots on a board and you were done. So it wasn't actually until PCI came along that there was any need for a standard. But then, of course, once it existed, PicMig went on to do quite a bit more. They're still around. And they're now making, PCI Express based buses and all kinds of other stuff. So anyway, so I got one of these. That's just a dumb backplane. I don't have a picture of that handy, but let me just get a picture of it. This is silly. One moment. It's right behind me, so I'll just grab a photo. Because I'd love to show you just how literal this is.
Where is it?
It's right behind me. Taking photo. Please hold. Click. There we go. My phone has been doing this infuriating thing lately where I go to take a picture and at least the Samsung camera. I don't know if this is built into the Google camera, if it's specific to Samsung, but at least the Samsung Android camera has a feature where if you hold down the button, the shutter button, it'll take multiple pictures and assemble a GIF out of them. Nobody wants this, but even if you did want it, you wouldn't want it to be automatic. You wouldn't. This would be like a special thing you'd do once in a blue moon. Well, it was never a problem, really. It's a stupid feature, but not one I really cared about until it started triggering automatically every single time I went to take a picture, and I cannot get it to stop. So most of the time that I take a picture, I get this like 720p bit crushed piece of shit that's useless. So it's very frustrating. So I usually have to take a picture several times before I actually get the picture. I'm sure it'll get magically fixed in the next update. Anyway, so this is my my other PicMig board, and as you can see, the ISA portion of it is incredibly simple. It's just, you can see the traces, right? It's that's a good one.
Picnic basket.
It almost got it too. So for the ISA slots, they're just linked together, and that's it. And then you can see that the PCI slots, the traces actually route over to the PCI bus. But you'll also notice that there's no bridge chip on this because it only has 4 slots, so it doesn't need it. And they're basic PCI rather than being PCIX or anything like that. You could also see there's the screw terminals for power, but then otherwise it just has the ATX and the AT. And the ATX is interesting because there's no circuitry on here to latch the ATX power. Yeah, Comp Geek, if you look up PicMig Backplane, this is what you get. Like, this is the first like 10 pictures that come up on Google image search. Yeah, Black Raven, I turned that option off and it didn't make any. Actually, you know what? I don't know if I toggled it. Let me turn it on and then off. No, I definitely did. I remember doing that the other day. Anyway, so you'll notice this also has the power rail indicators. That's it seems to be a universal feature for obvious reasons, I think. But what this doesn't have is any sort of latching circuitry for the ATX power. Because remember that it's the motherboard's responsibility to tell the ATX power supply when to be on. AT is simple enough. You plug that in, you turn the power switch, you're done. But if you oh yeah, Jessica, I also tried doing that and it just didn't work. I'm also, to be clear, not holding the button. I am tapping the button and then it just fucks up. So it's just broken, and I'm sure it's some bug they'll fix in the next random patch. Anyway, because there's no pin defined in the PicMig interface slot for the motherboard to tell the backplane to tell the power supply to turn on. So how do you fix this? Well, the answer is you got to have some flying leads, unfortunately, or you could just say fuck it and treat it like a non-ATX supply. So if you look down at the bottom, there's a little brown header down there with 3 pins on it, and those are ground, power supply on, and 5-volt standby. And you'll notice there's a jumper on there. So if you just plug an ATX supply into this, it'll just immediately turn on. Or you can take those 2 pins that are jumpered and run them to a toggle switch on the front panel of your machine. And then when you turn that on, the machine turns on. And it's just like a power switch on an AT machine. In fact, a lot of industrial boards refer to this as AT/ATX mode when you just bridge the ATX supply pin to just turn it on. Or if you want to build more sophisticated circuitry, you can use the 5-volt standby pin to power a latch circuit so that you can have a push button on the front that you can press to turn the machine on, and then you can have like a little microcontroller up there that lets you press and hold to turn it off, or maybe uses like an external temperature monitoring system to turn to cut the power supply on signal if the machine needs to be shut off in an emergency. Or you can use a 2-pin flying lead to bridge it over to the ATX pins on the SBC if it supports that, and then it'll function just like a normal PC, and the motherboard can control the power supply state. So there's a lot of options for that. Brown. Then there's a couple fan headers above that, so you can run extra fans in the case. And then, and this is one that I've been having an interesting time with. I'm not sure exactly what's going on here. You'll notice in the upper right, or not, that there is an AT style keyboard connector. Now, of course, AT and PS2 keyboards are the same, but this board was made in the 2000s, so I'm not sure why they put an AT connector up there. You could say like, well, a lot of places using stuff like this have, ancient gear they're supporting, but like, come on, it's a fucking keyboard. Just replace it. It's $5, and they're still putting full-size AT connectors on them today, as far as I know. And on top of that, you can just adapt it with an adapter. But then, beyond that, how, again, do you get that into the motherboard? Because the ISA slot pins are all predefined. There is no way to get more signals to the motherboard. So, more flying leads. If you look at the little 5-pin connectors that are flanking the two PCI slots down on the little T shape down there, those are just connected to that AT keyboard port, and then you have to use a jumper cable from that over to the SBC, right? So
300 megabytes.
300 megabytes. So there's several strange things here. The first one is, why that and not something different? Because there actually was a de facto standard for plugging in PS2 keyboards and mice internally. They could have used that.
300.
That's true.
Megabytes.
That's very true. Also, sorry. Well, right. Yeah. Well, maybe you do have a custom keyboard built into your mill or whatever that's got an AT connector on it, but you can buy a $2 adapter to just convert it to a PS2 style connector. So, like, wouldn't it make more sense as time goes on and the vast majority of keyboards used with these things start to use the smaller connector to have people adapt that way instead of having 95% of users adapt the other way? I don't get it. But actually, I think I do know what's going on in reality, because almost all of the cards you could get for these things, almost all the SBCs, have PS2 connectors built into them. So... Megatog, that's a really good point. The AT connector is more robust. Oh, shit. I hadn't thought about that. That's a really good point. Fuck, I think you got it. I think that's exactly it. I think it's just a stronger plug. Oh, we lost the webcam feed again. I'm going to reboot that phone. I think that phone is having a conniption. There we go. Restart. Boop. This happens every time I do this. Mini DIN is a really weak, really fragile connector. So it if your whole point, it pulls out much more cleanly. That's super valid. Yeah. I think we done sleuthed this one out, partner. Anyway, so you do have to, you still have to get the signal to the SBC somehow. So you got to use a little flying lead coming off one of those 5-pin wafer connectors down there. But notice that there's two of them. And that's peculiar because they're just bridged together. So you can't run them to two different SBCs. Plus, this board doesn't support two SBCs. And I think what's going on is it's just purely for the sake of convenience. I think it's just that some chassis are so jam-packed with cables and have so little free space that they realized there were situations where there just was no room to route the cable over or around the SBC, so they put them on both sides so that whichever one fits. And it's hard to believe because that cable would be so thin. It's hard to imagine a scenario where the tolerances would be that bad, but hey, I guess what it is. I guess it is what it is. Because I can't think of another explanation. And again, the manuals for these things, no explanation. It's not part of the PicMig spec. This is a de facto thing, which is really interesting because the fact that there is a standard for this stuff at all is sort of shocking. That it isn't all de facto. But then for it to be partly de facto and partly de jure is kind of wild for something this essential, right? There's also none of them do USB, and if you have an SBC that supports USB, it'll often have a connector on the end. But then for internal connections, it's not necessarily reliable what it'll have apparently, because let's see, I think both my Pentium 4 boards have wacky headers for the USB. I think they're like really tiny. I want to say they're like 0.1 or 0.5 pitch instead of the usual larger one, whatever it is. And then my VSC3 board has a bizarre connector that looks like those 5-pin connectors you see on the board here for the keyboard. And I'm just going to have to fabricate a connector for that. There's no way I'm ever going to get anything that supports it. Well, I mean, I guess I could go try and buy an Advantech adapter cable for it. I guess there's that. Oh, okay, we're cliving again. So yeah, there's a lot of depth to all this stuff, right? Let me go back to my folder with my pictures in it. What else was I going to show you? Oh, right. So couple other interesting details about this board here. You'll notice, or not, so I'll show you, that we've got these PCI slots here that have, here, let me mute those sources so we can see this a little more clearly. There we go. You'll notice we've got on the PCI slots here, they've got that little green wedge, and you can actually see that you can move that. So that's the voltage notch, and it's currently in the 5-volt position. Now, 3.3 volt PCI was standardized and ratified in like the mid-late 90s, but consumer PCs didn't start using it ever. Like to this day, if you buy a motherboard that has PCI, they still make them. It'll only be notched for 5 volts. And if you have a 3.3 volt card, well, if you have one that's strictly 3.3, it will not work. But they never made any. Like, to my knowledge, they never made any 3.3 volt PCI cards. They made combo cards that do both. And that's why after like 1996, virtually every card you can find has 2 voltage notches. So it'll work in either slot. This never comes up at home. But if you use a server with PCIX specifically, which is what these are, that's why they're extended. They're 64-bit slots. These ones, most of the cards available for them are 3.3 volt, and the bus usually runs at 3.3. And so, in order to use a consumer card in one of these machines, it needs to support both voltages, which fortunately they pretty much all do, except that what I decided to do with mine was I decided to put 15 network card or 12 network cards in it because I think that's really funny and also useful for demonstrating, the things I'm trying to demonstrate. And so I got a whole bunch of 3COM 3C905s, Bs specifically, and I put them all in there. I flipped the switch, the fans twitched, and the machine died. The power supply rails just immediately. I saw the LEDs come on and then fade out. So I obviously tripped overcurrent protection, and I was freaked out because oh God, oh no, I paid a bunch for this thing. So is it fucked? So I started pulling the cards out to see if one was shorted, and I had to pull them all out before it would turn on. And I'm like, well, shit, because this is funny, and I really want this to work, and I really don't want this to be fried. This is the only backplane chassis that was available. For less than $1,000, I need this to fucking work. So I started digging, and what I found out is, if you look here at, you've got these little jumper blocks here. Okay, there's there's a single jumper J1, and then below that is another one that's a block of 3x3, and the jumper that's on there is actually a 2x3 jumper. That's not 3 jumpers, it's all one block. That chooses the voltage of the bus. Somebody brought this up earlier, I think it was this old guy brought this up earlier, that the part of the value of the bridge chip could be that it allows you to run the buses at different speeds. That's absolutely true. You can see the jumper above that is the 66/33 megahertz jumper. And then below that is the 5 or 3 jumper. So the PCI slots are broken into a block of 4 and a block of 8, and you can actually set them up to run at different bus speeds and voltages. So if you want to, you can actually set this up with a whole bunch of PCIX cards running at 66 megahertz and 3.3 volts, and then a handful of conventional consumer cards running at 5 volts and 33 megahertz. And that's exactly what I'm doing. I moved it all over to that. Or you could set it up with just a couple PCIX cards. Say your dual gigabit Ethernet cards, for instance, would have been a common use. You fill 4 slots with those, and the rest is filled with various consumer cards. So you have a lot of flexibility. It's really neat. Yeah, that really threw me for a loop. As soon as I flipped that, the thing started working. And of course, the only reason that mattered is because the 3COM 3C905B is too old to support the lower voltage. I think it came out in the mid 90s. I want to say, before they had introduced the 3.3 spec. So anyway, I fired it up, and this is the I got this extremely funny PCI device listing on this monitor that was dying. And then I had installed Linux, it's a Red Hat, I think 6271, something like that. And there we go. That's 12 Ethernet interfaces. It's actually, I think I only had 11 slots available. So I put 11 cards in there, and I had to swap one out for a USB card. So 2 of those Ethernet interfaces are actually on the SBC itself. This is on the VIA C3 board. Yeah, it's a CRT monitor. The prices just are what they are. So anyway, so that all worked. That was fun. So I'm looking forward to that. Doing a video about that. That'll be fun. And then at the same time, I'm not going to go through all the pictures of it here, but at the same time that I got that, I also got a couple other chassis. This is a smaller PicMig chassis. This is only like well, I guess technically it's a 4 slot because 2 of those are, a 5 slot because 2 of those are for the SBC itself. But again, you could use the ISA slots for normal ISA cards if you want. This is out of, I don't know, an ATM or something like that. And so it actually has an LCD built in on the front, and that's what all that circuitry back there is. That's the LCD driver and power supply. Then there's a hard drive case underneath. I don't have a picture of the little Dolch machine, but you'll see it when I do the video eventually. I'll probably put that all in one video. I don't know. So yeah, I just thought that'd be a fun thing to go through. Oh, and then when I gotta run to the restroom, and as soon as I'm back, I'm gonna talk about the floods. The floods were fun. Ugh. BRB, everyone. All right. Hello. Hi. So, Igpie asked about the floods. Boy, howdy, were those fun. So they didn't really affect my, where I live. But so what happened is, and for anybody who, I'm sure I don't need to explain what REPC is, but just in case anybody new is here, we are lucky and blessed in the Seattle metro region to have access to 2 e-waste stores that are part of a tiny chain. And they are, there can never be a situation where these stop being here. They are the cornerstone of my hobby, of my, lifestyle, of my career. If they weren't here, then I'd be fucked. It's like, oh, I want to do I want to get this Pentium machine working, and I need IDE cable. Well, I guess I'm gonna be oh, what the hell? Oh, that's weird. I guess I'm gonna be waiting, a week to get it on eBay, sort of shit. Just for a total of $12, right? This place is both preventing a lot of stuff from going into the trash and also is extremely useful to me. And I know everybody there. I'm friends with everyone, obviously. There was a scenario where we thought REPC was going to go out of business for a while. And I was genuinely, I'm not joking, as ridiculous as it sounds, I was ramping up to start propositioning rich people who follow me to buy it and let me run it. Because I don't want to run it. I do not want to do that. I would not do a good job of it, but someone needs to. Like, it needs to not go away. More places need places like this, but this one exists, and it needs to not go away. So anyway, it turned out that a lot of what was going on with that chatter, the worries about the place closing, what was really going on is that they were getting forced out of their current location due to rent hikes. And I can't give too much inside baseball about that. I've heard things I shouldn't know. But basically, they just had to move, right? And the worry was that if they moved, it would either be to some hellhole that nobody was going to ever go to because it's just too far away and not near anybody any patrons or people getting rid of useful stuff, or that they just would, like, the move would kill them, right? So neither of those things happened. What ended up happening is they moved like a mile, like not very far at all, and into what I think is a much better location in a lot of ways. I have pictures. Let me share pictures. They just got in there, so things are in flux still. But let me see, where'd I put them? Here we go. Nope, that's one of those stupid fucking GIF photos. Ugh. Here we go. Okay, let me just save these. Save. 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 Right. Oh, god damn it. I have accidentally clicked on the DaVinci Resolve button on my taskbar multiple times, and every time I'm like, oh god, no, this is gonna completely clog up my GPU and freeze the stream. And then I have to remember that the stream is no longer running on this machine, so that's not a risk. What a tangled web we weave. Alright, let me just get these pictures loaded up. I should really have a better workflow for doing this, but I don't usually think of my streams as show and tell with JPEGs, even though they're like a lot of the time they are. Anyway, here we go. Yeah, so this is oh yeah. So this is the place. This is what they looked like on day one. It's pretty spacious, and they've got a pretty good mix of stuff from all eras. Yeah, don't get me started on DaVinci Resolve. Ugh, DaVinci? And then there's a pretty big section in the back where they have all the the stuff that they're sorting and testing and whatnot. And so, yeah, this place is very close to my heart. I used to work there a long time ago, and like I said, I know everybody working at both stores, and they're all pretty good people. And so I wanted this to work out. I wanted them to not get fucked for a whole bunch of reasons. And so I was thrilled about the move once I found out where they were moving to, because I was worried, because the old place had a very different vibe of this than this does, and I knew this was going to be different, but I didn't get pictures of the new place until like a month before they moved. And so, but I knew that they were moving 4 months before that. And so the whole time I'm like, oh God, are they going to move into like some miserable little low ceilinged strip mall that doesn't really have room for them to do what they're trying to do and just turn into like a basic computer repair store? Because a lot of their business, a lot of their like overall income is derived, as I understand it, this is not inside baseball, I don't know this for sure, but I believe that they make a lot of their day-to-day revenue off of computer repair and also selling, just like cables and bits and pieces that are useful for current day technology. And that's essentially, I think, subsidizing their retro electronics, retro computing sales, because the owners of the place are nerds themselves and started it because they were enthusiastic about this long before e-waste existed as a concept, before there were government subsidized programs for it and whatnot. So, yeah, is that what happened to surplus stuff? God, I wondered. Wait, oh, right, surplus stuff was the one in Sacramento. Yeah, which, exactly, that's what happened. I went to their new location that was, a little low-ceilinged suite in a strip mall, miserable. Obviously, the magic was over. The magic was gone. And, the northern location, the one up near the stadium, that one's unchanged. That was the original location as well. 30 to 40 minutes from downtown. I'm not sure which one that would be. On the bus, it might have been the Tequila store. No, they've been around since the 90s. They've been here for eons. So they're really a fixture. And I was really worried that the new location would not have the right vibes, but it does. It's good enough. Like, there are some issues with the store, with the building, but beggars can't be choosers to some extent. The fact they could get a place they could afford at all is remarkable. But yeah, it's not low ceilings. It's not a little tiny cramped spot with 2 counters and then a couple of tiny little backroom offices. I was worried it would be very different, but no, it's still a warehouse, and it's just like a weird, scrappy sort of operation with no real plan, and it's exactly what I would want it to be, right? It's exactly what it always was. It's a different vibe, but then the store they've been in for the last 8 years was another new location. They used to be in yet another location when I moved up here, and the vibe there was yet another completely different thing. So when they moved to the new place, the new old place, I walked into the first day and was like, this is very different. And I thought the magic was over. But now that I adjusted to the old new place, the new place being a different vibe does not shock me that much, and I'm sure it's all going to work out in the end. I am getting to the flood story, by the way. So I obviously showed up on their grand opening day, and I knew they were going to be in the middle of moving still for quite some time because I know this place, and the size of the amount of time they had to move was not enough to actually do the job, and I knew it was just going to be chaos for quite some time. And I was right. They are still setting things up. There's still a lot of stuff that just isn't there yet, or stuff that just isn't ready yet. And so I've been helping out, right? Because it's so important to me, both personally and professionally. I've just been going in there and giving them a hand, hooking stuff up and moving things around and whatnot. Not things that invoke potential workers' comp claims that I wouldn't be covered for. But I've been just pitching in here and there for them. So I showed up on the first day figuring that they might appreciate that. And I was there maybe 2 hours, and then everybody in the store got a EAS alert on their phone telling us, evacuate now. And it turns out that a levee had broken in the nearby river. I can't remember which river that is. And I actually made a map to illustrate how much this sucks, because it is so absurd what happened. Let me go find this picture. Is this it? Yeah, here we go. Okay, so this won't be the most legible image in the world, but so this is a Google Earth map that I made, and so the old store is there in the lower left, the new store is there in the upper right, and the Levy breach is in the lower right. And they moved into the path of the flood. Like, I don't have a telestrator here, but the area that they were saying was threatened, like when we got the NOAA maps and the NWS maps and whatnot, there was like a triangular area centered on the new store. And like when I was on my way down there, I was driving by the Green River. There we go, the Green River. And I looked over and it was like lapping at the sidewalk. So like it was already pretty scary. And then after we got that warning, I'm like, wow, is their first day also going to be their last? Because if this place floods, they'll never recover. Like, you know, I'm sure that insurance, whatever insurance they have, if they have it, you know, I don't even know how that works. You know, I don't know how much businesses have to have. So, and I don't know how they're covered given the strangeness of their operation. I'm sure it wouldn't have paid for a penny of the scrap. Or I should say, if there were 15 PVMs sitting on the floor, there weren't, but suppose there were, and each one of them was worth $2,000, which is true. If you have a 20-inch PVM, that's how much they're worth at this point. That's, you know, I'm bad with math, but that's several tens of thousands of dollars. But I am positive that insurance would look at that and go, scrappers would give you $3.68 for that. So here's your $3.68. That's how that's going to go. So if they had gotten flooded, it would have been the end. And it could still happen. It's getting less likely, but it could still happen. And oh, hey, wait a minute. Oh, right. Sorry. No, I saw the chatbot had done something, and for a moment I thought they had that Mixed-Up had fixed a bug, but no, they haven't updated yet. Anyway. So yeah, it was pretty harrowing. It was pretty uncomfortable for a couple of days there. You know, they survived the initial day. Also, so where my house is, I was not at any risk from this levee breach. It never would have gotten up where I was. And the only other thing I'm threatened by would be the Duwamish. And it was nowhere close. So I was never at risk directly. And my basement would have flooded if not for the sumps, but the sumps were working, so we're good there. But nonetheless, yeah, this was like international news. I didn't know that. It was weird. I started getting messages from people in other countries late in the day going like, hey, we're hearing about this over here. How bad is it? Because you know, when you hear about flooding and storms somewhere, you're like, okay, so is a Katrina coming? Is that what's going on here? That we're, you know, you figure like places have storms. It's not news unless it's news. You know what I mean? And so I kind of feel like the reporting was a bit overblown just because it's not typical for us to have flooding around here. Like, it happens from time to time, but, 1 second. It happens from time to time, you know, but very rarely. But, like, what happened that day, while it was technically flooding and it was bad for the people who were affected by it, it was nowhere on the scale of a lot of places that we've heard about flooding in over the last decade. So I sort of feel like people got the wrong impression of just how bad it was. But in any case, it was bad enough that the local storm chasers were out. And they actually they were flying drones around and getting footage of the levee breach and the height of the river and what flooding there was and whatnot. And there was a funny moment in this stream where 1 moment. Sorry. There was a funny moment in this stream, like near the end, because they were kind of out of things to cover, when the Como News people who were out there came up and asked the storm chasers, can we do an interview? And the storm chasers were like, yeah, no problem. Can we stream you doing the interview? So there's a stream archive now of these guys doing a broadcast of them getting interviewed for another broadcast. And hilarious, right? What a cool concept. It wasn't too exciting to watch, but it was still funny conceptually. So yeah, all that worked out. And apparently the flooding was considerably worse in eastern Washington, but like that's sort of like how if you don't live in a place, you don't know how big it is, right? And so I can only imagine that like people from overseas who hear that there's wildfires in California don't, realize that like wildfires in Los Angeles have no relevance to San Francisco, right? That's like 800 miles. It's really far away. Now, I mean, they can happen in both places, but the point is that it's hard to tell at a distance exactly where people are talking about. So when people message me, are like, oh, are things okay up there? I'm like, yes, because this is as if you heard that there was flooding in Nevada and were worried about your friends in Texas, right? It's a pretty big distance. Washington is not the biggest state, but it's not tiny either. So anyway, that's the other thing. Is like living in Washington, the amount of Washington that there is east of here is hard to wrap your head around. It's so big. And there's just nothing. It's like Seattle, great big nothing. We're not talking about the Tri-Cities. Nobody talks about the Tri-Cities. Spokane, unfortunately. And then you get into shit. What is it? What's next to us? Idaho? I can never remember. I've done the drive, like 3 times, and I can never remember what's out there. No, it's not that big, but it's big enough. Pullman. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, Spokane's 3.5 hours from here. So that might as well not exist to me. Anyway, so it's been a roller coaster lately. I'll tell you what. All right. It's been an hour and a half. We should probably spend the remaining hour and a half of the stream playing a video game because that's what I set up to do. Just wanted to give everyone an update, as it were. Ooh. Yeah, absolutely. I know the whenever you hear about natural disasters happening somewhere, it's sort of like the news just kind of stops, and then you're like, okay, so what happened? Why did iCarly mention Yakima? I've heard it pronounced both ways. Why would that come up? It had to have been one of those things where the producers was like, we got to pick a city no one's heard of. Yeah, the 92-minute update. I mean, it was an update, and if y'all are going to actually bother to show up and listen to me, then I'm going to give you a preview on upcoming video topics. All right, let's see. How do I do this? That's how I do this. 30-second segment on a dog that's really fluffy. No, I did meet a new dog the other day, but I don't have the pictures handy. Plus, I'd have to crop them. Let's play a video game. Let's do that. So here we go. And then I haven't done any work on this since the last stream because I was just sort of bummed about how the last stream went. So I have to remind myself how to actually operate the shit. So Nocturne. Let's talk about Nocturne. I'm gonna unmute the game. Actually, wait. Where did I mute this? Shit. Where did I mute this? Desktop audio, video capture device. No, is the NDI source there? Oh, right. Was the other NDI source that was doing the canvas audio. Wait, so do we have sound? Sorry, I always have to remind myself how the hell I set all this up. Oh, we do have sound. Wait, so why the hell were we getting the, What did I mute earlier? Why were we getting the weird coil whine? Huh. All right. Well, in any case, Nocturne, 1999, a game I don't hear very many people talk about. I don't think it's unheard of, but it's not a game I hear anybody talk about. So this game has a sort of a strange history. Let me mute this. I always hated that the menu in this game had a constant, like, loud music on it. Oh, that's interesting. You're still getting the audio. Oh, weird. Oh, because I'm sending the NDI stream directly from the source, so it bypasses the OBS mixer. I always forget these things. God, I gotta get a better system for that. Anyway, so Knock-turne is a game from 1999 made by Terminal Reality, which is actually apparently the more than spiritual predecessor to Blood Rain. It does say patent pending, doesn't it? You know, I never noticed that. Why does it say patent pending? Oh, I should have done a knock to a pun for the stream. Well, maybe we'll play this again, then I'll have an opportunity. Anyway, so this is a sort of like a Resident Evil / Alone in the Dark like with some interesting and fresh ideas and also a lot of problems made by the people who would later make Blood Rain, and also, and this is one of my favorite bits of one of my favorite details about this, they also made the largely poorly received Blair Witch games. At least one of which, I think the first Blair Witch PC game was actually Knock-turne 2, and they had simply relabeled it Blair Witch Project and released it. And it was like, it did have some of the Blair Witch story in it, but it had been deeply intertwined with the story of Nocturne, and they didn't tell anyone this. So it was this really weird situation where they did a bait and switch with this game, but the result was apparently well received. And then they made, I think, 2 more of them that were not well received. So that sucks, right? I have not played the Blair Witch games, but apparently they're not the best, but apparently they're decently regarded by some people. In any case, though, so yeah, this is the predecessor to Blood Rain for some reason, and it was put out under God Games back when that existed, and apparently the joke that was in the Now Playing, I guess somebody changed it already, but the joke that was in the Now Playing about Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne, apparently at the time that they released that game, which was developed 4 years after this came out, Terminal Reality still owned the trademark on Nocturne, so Atlas had to license the name from them. So that's fascinating. That's just a weird bit of business. All right, so let's get to it. So this game is split into 4 chapters, and I am actually going to start with Chapter 2. I don't think it matters which order you play it in. So I'm just going to start with Chapter 2 because that's the one that was in the demo. And the demo is actually most of what I've played of this game. And this is a spooky game, so it's unfortunate that it's not Halloween. But what can we do? I realized that there was a Windows crash message on the screen there for a moment, but I think we're good. Don't know about the patent.
Okay. What's the situation?
A sheriff in Red Eye, Texas called in a strange request to the authorities in Chanford. The police in Chanford took it as a request for medical assistance, supposedly due to an outbreak of some unknown skin illness. Chanford sent a couple of doctors expecting to find some kind of minor skin fungus or similar malady. We, on the other hand, suspect that the sheriff's references to zombies and monsters weren't the hysterical ramblings of a small-town police officer. The Chanford doctors failed to report back at
the game is extremely brown. It invented brown gaming.
Our own doctors. Scat Dazzle is already in Red Eye.
Your partner's named Scat Dazzle.
Why so nervous?
Also, this may have very loud sounds in it, so if you're on headphones, just be careful.
Job to be in grave danger.
I think someone is following me.
Who?
I don't know. That's what frightens
Yeah, there's some
me.
really cool
Morally,
technology
I
in this
feel the
game.
thoughts of anyone who
Look at the
follows
real-time
this.
shadows.
But so far, none of the people on this train have expressed any sort of hostility toward me, even in their thoughts. But I can feel the anger aimed at me. It's been boring into my brain since I left Virginia.
You can't tell who it is? Where it's coming from?
So the stranger works for a place called Spook House, which is basically a paranormal investigations agency operating within the United States government in the 30s.
In my luggage.
That's the story of the game.
Crimes against my people. Your people will see ruin. What the hell does that mean?
I have no idea. What people could we have ruined?
I can't think of any people as such. But we've wiped out entire civilizations of monsters, vampires, werewolves, changelings. Perhaps a survivor of one of our horricide projects is...
Horricide. Yep, there's your
Something's
first
wrong.
very loud
We're
sound.
going too fast. Oh no, I can feel him. He's close. He's close. The one who's been following me. Oh my God, stranger! It's...
Okay, so I immediately have several comments on the game now that we're just in it to win it. Just like that, the game has started. Okay? So first off, as you can see, this is a Resident Evil / Alone in the Dark style tank controls, fixed camera perspective, half pre-rendered type action-adventure game. Okay? Second thing, they dealt with some of the Resident Evil gun problem by giving you these laser sights for your guns. All the guns have lasers. Okay. Thirdly, there is fabric simulation, which was not a big thing at the time. This may have been one of the first games or the first game to have it. I don't know, because I don't think MGS2 had come out yet, and I remember that being a big deal when the demos or the trailers for that were out. Also, there is a flashlight which looks absolutely beautiful. I had never seen anything like this at the time. I know it's just like it's a fairly mundane effect now, but at the time it was absolutely breathtaking. And I'll show you some more of that later because it's got a real-time shadows that are extremely impressive. Additionally. Okay, so currently we're using a pair of Desert Eagles for some reason because it was the 90s and developers just couldn't resist. Though I think the models, like the image in the lower right is a Desert Eagle, but I think the models are 1911s, which makes a lot more sense. And one of the things I really like is that the way... So this game was made by Demo Sceners. I can't remember where Terminal Reality are from. I don't think they're all Finns. I think... I want to say they're Swedish or something like that. Let me check. Oh, no, I'm sorry, they're American. Oh. Oh, fuck me, I thought they were European. Okay, well, in any case, that's what makes it so weird that this is very much what you'd expect from a game made by Demo Sceners, in the sense that there's... Okay, for instance, if we just go to the menu, hopefully this shows up.
Where is it?
Yeah, so take a look at the mouse cursor that's just like... randomly cycling through colors. That's such a Commodore 64 type thing, right? And then if we go in and look at our save games, there we go. Notice that it actually gives the file extension. The save game files are .knock, all right? Who does that, right? Like Quake didn't even do that. And there's a number of other things that are just very demo scene-y. There's a lot of stuff that feels sort of like they may have assembly optimized it. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, and file sizes, right? So one of the things you're going to notice as we play this game is that the the cutscenes, which are relatively ambitious for the era, are also really, really glitchy. The soundtrack was not done in a tracker, unfortunately. Boy, howdy, I wish. Clive's head stopped working again. What the hell? I've never had this many problems with this before. I'm going to have to look into the fucking network on this machine to see if it's acting up. Weird. So, one of the things it's both a blessing and a curse about this is that the way the cinematics are done is in machinima style. Like, during that intro sequence, you saw that he drew his guns and started firing. You could tell that that's the player character being given movement commands. And indeed, when you see some of the later cinematics, you'll see characters get stuck on corners because the game isn't running at precisely the frame rate that it was during testing, and so the timing just gets off. There's like demo desync issues. It's weird. But at the same time, the ambition, the decision to just go ahead and use the systems they'd already built to do cinematics is fascinating. All right, now I want you to see a really cool effect for the time. This guy here in front of me, spoilers, is going to transform into a monster. Watch him closely. Look at that! They did this really cool, like, polygon morphing technique. That was really neat. They, like, faded out the opacity on one while fading in the other. That's really cool. I've never seen that in a game before. Then or now. Fuck yeah, let's go! It's so good! Another thing I like is that the lasers change color to let you know if you are targeting something. So they turn yellow when you're over an enemy. That's neat. Also, you'll see this later, but if there's an enemy that only... if the line of sight is actually calculated per gun automatically. So... again, to resolve the Resident Evil and Alone in the Dark problem, if I'm standing here and there's an enemy over there, he will turn the guns within a certain arc. He will auto aim so I don't have to aim precisely, right? You'll see this shortly. But just so you don't miss it, the line of sight is calculated per gun. So if one gun has line of sight and the other one doesn't, he'll only aim and fire one. So you're not wasting ammo with the other. It's fascinating. Black Raven, you cannot get this game anywhere. You can either buy it on a CD, or you can steal it from Internet Archive, who has several ISOs of it. If you do that, you do need to go to a PC Gaming Wiki to find instructions on how to adapt it so that it will, I'm sorry, let me just make sure that's true. This might be the one that's on GOG. Because I have a GOG version of it, but I believe they delisted it. Because of the weird... Yeah, they delisted it. But if you look around, you can find a copy of the GOG version. And I can't remember... Yeah, mine is not... That's right. Mine is not that, however. I installed from the original ISOs because I could not get anything else and get it to work. So, and then... PC Gaming Wiki has instructions on the very specific tomfoolery that you have to do to get this to run on modern Windows. My recommendation, run it on a contemporary PC. Oh, sorry, because of the weird licensing stuff. Did I not finish that sentence? There's weird licensing stuff. This game is trapped in licensing hell. So, anyway, so I should switch Clive into his gaming position. I've just realized he needs his gamepad. Here, let's do that. As much as I love the cigarette is so fucking funny. Gamepad, and then how do I... What pose do I want for him? This is sitting cross-legged female.
What is it?
Oh. Okay, there's the gamepad pose, but I need to fix his legs. Here, let's see. That's a little better. That's good enough. Let's just go with that. He's gaming. 86 box. I experimented with it, and I think it would run it, but it was janky, and I found it better to just run it natively in Windows and put up with the weirdness. As long as you follow the instructions on PC Gaming Wiki, you can get it to run pretty reasonably. The only problem you're going to run into is... that the menus load incredibly slow on modern Windows. I'm running it on Vista, and everything just works lickety-split. So, yeah, like, as far as I can tell, a lot of the Terminal Velocity staff were demo sceners. It's just, usually you think of those as being European. Like, it never seems like there was that many Americans who were in the demo scene, but these guys definitely were. Anyway, so, also, I just realized we're standing in a great place to see the stencil shadows. As far as I know, they are stencil shadows, and they're absolutely beautiful. They make the game. The game, like, would be nothing if not for these. And you'll see more of that later. They did some really interesting stuff behind the scenes to make that work well. Hell of an engine, right? Completely custom, of course. All right, so also I think it runs at a clean 60, which is remarkable for the time. Like,
Damn. I wasn't expecting werewolves. If Hiram packs as extravagantly as usual, I bet I can find more appropriate weapons in his baggage.
so the game is, of course, kind of janky as far as movement goes. So we have to be real careful out here. We could fall to our death easily. But notice that the wind is actually blowing his trench coat. I mean, it's also ripping a hole in his body because the trench coat is pulled so far through his polygons that there's actually a gap right underneath it, and he looks really weird from the front. But notice that it is actually doing self-intersecting collision. Like, that's really cool that they did that at the time, 1999. All right, how do I jump? I have to remember how to jump. Is it control? Is it shift? Is it Z? Nope. Oh, that's right. You can sidestep. A, Q, tap. Nope. I'm going to go check the menu because I cannot remember. And we want to jump here. Terminal Velocity itself was a good game. Yeah. All right, let's see. Fire, action, jump is G. Oh, and you can point up and down with Q and A. Oh. I didn't think there was a way to point up and down. So, oh, terrific. Oh, watch this. One of my favorite effects. The lasers are volumetric. I remember when I got this demo in 1999, I just did this. I did this for so long. I'm trying to remember, does the mouse work? I think it's actually possible to use the mouse. And then if we turn on the flashlight, we get that beautiful, beautiful volumetric flashlight beam. It's just gorgeous. I had never seen anything like that back then. Because nobody had done anything like that back then. Yeah, games were just. There's an example of the really good physics. He has just fallen through the train. And am I soft locked? Yes. Oh, there we go. There we go. Now we have to load. There's no checkpoints. Feel good. Now, one fortunate thing about this, it feels like we're about to waste a whole bunch of time, but you're going to be amazed.
Again.
Thank you. I was waiting for somebody to hit that. Check this out. Skip cinematic. Not only that, but it only skips the current scene. So you can actually, I believe you can skip this part as well. Yeah, you can skip each scene in a cinematic separately. Nobody was doing that back then. Nobody. It wasn't done. It was unheard of. Oh, and also the situational music, the like F-mod style music that just like fades in during a battle or whatever, then fades back out, is also pretty neat. I wonder if they had to define control points for that morph, or if the system figures it out dynamically.
Damn. I wasn't expecting werewolves.
God, this is a year after Trespasser. I hadn't thought about that.
I can find more
Outcast. I did play Outcast, and Outcast was like one of those games that it very much felt like a technology game. You know what I mean? One in the same way as Trespasser. It felt like the decisions they'd made in its design were less about making a good game and more about making something that was technologically impressive. Outcast was the one with voxel terrain, right? If I remember correctly. Which was cool, don't get me wrong, but not necessarily the best call as far as making a really compelling gaming experience. There we go. Okay. This is the first time I've had that particular glitch happen, by the way. This has never happened before. But the this game's 1999. Right? I'm right? Yeah, 99. Okay, yeah. This game is 99. You scared me for a moment. Okay. Yeah, the wiki page says it's 99. It's always right. So there's this box of explosives here, and you can pick it up. And the first time I played this, I was like, oh, so I have to take these somewhere and do something with them. No, the only reason you can do this is because in order to proceed, and I had to look up a walkthrough for this, believe it or not, you're supposed to interact with this box here.
This is Hiram's trunk. Damn, it's locked. And I'll bet Hiram has the key with him.
And what you're supposed to do here, rather than go search Hiram's body like you think, is shoot it. And I think you have to... There. You actually have to use the look up and down to aim at the lock and shoot it. And if the explosives are there, and you're new to the game, then it's easy to accidentally shoot the wrong thing, right?
I will avenge your death, Hiram.
Locked. I need a key. Locked. Yeah, at a glance, I would have sworn this was the same guy from Blood, but their voices are quite different, and it's not the same guy. Really, just you see why I wanted to play this, right? I probably don't need to explain that. It's fascinating, some of the decisions they made. So this is a good one also. This next car here, you don't need to go into at all. The only value of it is you have a fight and waste a bunch of bullets. Oops, did not mean to do that. It's also really hard to get on the ladders. Like, the first time I played this, it took me a good 10 minutes. Like, I just had to keep juking back and forth, jacking back and forth, because he just wouldn't get on the ladder. He just wouldn't do it. Horrible sidestep, by the way. It's like, did they add that late in development? Also, there appears to be no split between this train car and the next. They appear to just be all one piece. Oh, no, it's just a really small gap. Oh, shit. You know what? I might have been wrong. Maybe that last car was the safe one that has some stuff in it. This is the one. This is the meat car. And I know it just has some werewolves in it that you don't want to fight. They're just a waste of ammo. So let's go back to this one because I think there's some stuff in here that I don't want to miss. Nope, there's fuck all. Yep, there's nothing. Okay. And the door's open, so I can just come through here when I come back. Hilarious. I kind of like the lack of music, because I think, didn't even Resident Evil have music all the time? And they decided to go with just like the atmospheric, diegetic sound for this one. The game is very committed to a cinematic style, and I think that by the standards of the time, they did a great job. Like, I remember this being more impressive in its day,
Come in handy.
but still coming off as a little janky. Now, we're about to do something that really speaks to the sort of the lack of supervision. This game was very much made by programmers. We have to do a parkour jump from here onto the roof of that cab, and I'm going to save the game because you can die a dozen times here. It is such a frustrating jump. If you go into the train and hit the button, the use key, you just get told that they broke the lever off, so you can't stop the train. So I think we have to do a running jump here. And this is like pixel perfect. Yep. Fucked it up. Yeah, the smoke effect, it doesn't work so well, given the realities of the set that they built, and where things are. You'll also notice that I took damage falling down just there. A game designer, like a really serious game designer, would take one look at this and go, no! don't make the player jump off of a 6-pixel wide handrail at full speed. Give them a little ledge to stand on so that they don't have to stand there doing it over and over and over and asking themselves, is this even what I'm supposed to do? So this is a thing. I have commented on this several times before, but there's a rule, there's a bunch of unspoken rules in video game design that one of which is if a player is supposed to jump onto a ledge, if a player is supposed to climb in a given location, that location must have a flat surface. You never ask a player to stand on a pile of uneven rubble to jump to a ledge. It's just not done. And part of the reason for that is that, The
engineer might have been able to stop the train. A key.
His voice acting could be better. One of the reasons for that is that when you're playing a real-time action game, one that doesn't place any restrictions on where you can go and when, like this, you need to be given cues to let you know what the correct things to attempt are. Because if I had failed that jump just there, how would I know that I was supposed to jump just there? And not that I had misunderstood that I was supposed to look for a lever to pull or a button to press or to go to the other end of the train. Like, I could be completely barking up the wrong tree. So there are a bunch of unspoken rules in game design that are meant to communicate to the player what they ought to be doing so that they don't get frustrated and quit or run around in circles for hours or try to do the wrong thing for hours. This game has a bunch of problems with that because, for instance, like I said, there's a car that we passed earlier that just has a bunch of meat hanging in it. It doesn't do anything. There's no reason to be in there. And a modern game designer, well, really just like a game designer of any stripe, even at this point in time, generally speaking, would not design that because it has no narrative value. And because it has no narrative value, but there is a challenge, there is a cost associated with experiencing it, because you do have to fight and you do get injured going in there, the player is likely to be left asking, what am I missing? Why did they have me do this? Was I supposed to find an item in here? And at first, they're going to be confused because they can't figure out why you had them do this. And then they might be frustrated that they lost a bunch of health and wasted a bunch of ammo on what appears to be a totally pointless fight, especially in a game made at this point in time where you have hard saves and no autosaves. So if the player entered that room and didn't realize that it's just a combat encounter, they may have saved in there, or they may have saved after the combat encounter. So now they've wasted a bunch of ammo, gotten nothing for it, and they can't reload to get their resources back. And that's all very frustrating. Well, these are things that game designers know implicitly, but particularly at this point in time, I'm soft-locked again. Particularly at this point in time, there was even less formal training on this stuff than there is now. And so this game feels like it had an enormous amount of attention in the technical department, and they came up with a lot of cool ideas. But their implementation leaves a lot to be desired because there's a bunch of little game design nuances that it feels like the people who designed this were not aware of because this, isn't necessarily what they do. If you're primarily a developer and you're mostly thinking about technology, then you're not going to know these little details. Now, it could also just be the case that the game designer that worked on it just fucked up, or that they didn't have time to polish these things. Maybe the game came out prematurely. Lots of things could have happened. But when I look at a game that has, especially from this era, when the game industry was way less sort of, this is something sort of like an indie game for its time. Gathering of Developers was a weird kind of like small-scale publisher for very developer-driven projects. And so when you look at the combination of demo scene programmers, weird publisher that would not apply the same the same rules and expectations of a large-scale publisher, and you can imagine they were sort of given free reign, and that's both a blessing and a curse, because there is a lot of value in being allowed to just go, on a wild hair and do something completely original and that's never been done before, and just see if it works, right? But it also means that if you're trying to make something relatively conventional, there's a good chance that you're going to stumble into this sort of mistake. If you have a conventional game designer standing there, somebody who has experience in the industry, who can see this sort of thing and go, oh, hang on a second, I've been down this road, I can tell you what problems players are going to have, then it doesn't compromise your vision any to fix those little problems, right? The game designer, the experienced veteran, can tell you, okay, if you're going to have that little fight in the meat locker, you need to throw the player a bone to reward them for being in there, whether that's narrative, whether it, give them just a voice line, right? If all that happened is the stranger, when you're done fighting them, I know I didn't go in there, but when you finish fighting them, nothing happens. You just leave. If the stranger said, the werewolves are hungry, then that would be some kind of payoff. If there was a medical, a med kit in there or some bullets, that's some kind of payoff. But to have a totally pointless fight, all this does for the player is tell them that they should save before they go into every single room on the anticipation that they're about to have their time and their resources wasted. That sucks, right? That's not the feeling you want your players to have, because that lays the mechanics of the game bare rather than allowing them to get immersed and feel like it is an experience. I'm sorry, the actual name of the game is printed above the now playing. It's Knock-turne 1999. Pardon me, let me read back through chat here. His ass wants to be Caleb so badly. Yeah, it's very much like, because Blood came out, 2 years before this? So, not that this character isn't a trope to begin with, but it is hard to imagine that they hadn't looked at Blood 1997. Oh man, Clive has frozen again. Wonder what the heck is going on. It's not a network issue, and I'm not sending it at the wrong bitrate or anything. So, wonder why this keeps freezing. All right, let me let me finish reading through. Yeah, I mean, as Dojebad was saying, there was a lot less formal game design training or education, or at all at this point, and there were a lot of game designers who just would not necessarily have caught this sort of error. But in this style of game at this point in time, I think it was generally more figured out than this. Like in 1996, maybe that's a little different, like the Tomb Raider 1 and 2 era. But by 1999, they had figured out a lot of this stuff. I mean, otherwise Resident Evil would have been unplayable. Didn't that come out in 97, 98? That game would be baffling if it did not have a lot of little cues and clues to show you where to go and what to do. Anyway.
Damn. This door's barred from the other side.
Oh, RE1 was 96, that early. So I had some trouble with this little puzzle here, because I thought, so do I need explosives? Like, what's the deal? It turns out what you're supposed to do is to use the fire axe that you picked up in the other room to break the door down. Damn. Yeah, I'm gonna have to slurp out the sound effects and get that damn. That's a good damn. Another interesting thing about this game, multiple ammo types. You have to choose the right ammunition for a given fight.
Most formidable. I feel less insulted knowing that it was you who destroyed my tribe. When I have built a new tribe, we will honor your deaths on this day.
Really bad sound design on that little bit of dialogue there. So you can see the thing I'm talking about with the independent aiming and firing. If he can't hit him with both guns, then he won't fire the second one. Another thing, if I get down to low enough health here, Nope. Okay, I think that was it. Nope. There we go. All right, and that should be it. Yeah. Oh, shit. I should have warned you. I knew that was going to be loud. And then, I don't know if something is supposed to happen here. It feels like there should be explosions chasing him. But as I was saying earlier, a lot of the cinematics of this are just bugged out and glitched, and you have to hit, like, skip cinematic because characters will get stuck on corners and the script will just never advance. So I wonder if there were supposed to be some animations there that never happened. It's also really interesting that they actually have, like, a level summary like Doom for a cinematically styled game like this, right? Level time and body count.
Dear Lord, are you okay, son?
I'm fine.
I assume you must be Scat Dazzle's partner.
Where is he?
I don't know how to tell you this, but he has passed on.
What happened?
Please, we can't stay out here. Come with me, I'll explain on the way.
I think this is where the demo began. Oh, and then there's your, yeah. Using the machinima techniques for the cinematics is such a decision.
What's the shovel for?
I used to dig graves with it, but it seems all the graves I've dug for the past 20 years weren't deep enough to hold the people I laid to rest.
You mean...
The dead walk.
So?
Look, I guess in your line of work this may not be disturbing, but it's a little bothersome to me. In the past week, I've seen people rise from their graves who've been dead for 100 years. I've seen people I knew when they were alive come back from the dead. But they're not the same. They're monsters.
And the shovel?
Hmm? Oh, now the only use I have for this thing is as a weapon. It's not in my nature to kill, mind you, but these things are already dead, and they're evil. I'm sure the good Lord doesn't have anything against me.
I love these camera angles, by the way.
That seems to be about the only way to put them down for good.
Like, again, because they did the machinima thing, the camera angles they could use for the cinematics are just the ones that they made for the game.
Up on the roof and shot anything that came this way that wasn't human. Something went wrong, and the roof collapsed. He'd said that you were coming to assist him, so I went to meet you when I heard the train coming. He's dead. I checked.
Not for long. Damn. I need rum.
I have some scotch.
That won't work. I need rum.
There's a saloon in the middle
I need to get a clip of
town.
him saying, I need rum.
Really isn't the time.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so here's sort of where the game opens up and becomes kind of more of a I need rum. This is where the game opens up and becomes, as I recall, a little more open-ended, a little more exploratory. We'll see if that's definitely true. But also, this is like I said, this is where the demo starts, and now I get to show you. Oh, okay. I don't think the Zambos are up yet. When I walk forward, there's a trigger, but I think we're safe for now. I get to show you. In 1999, I loaded up this game. I got in, and I'm like, oh, okay, so it's sort of like Alone in the Dark, because I hadn't played Resident Evil yet at that point. And then I pressed F and saw that shadows from pre-rendered objects, okay? Once I do this fight, I'll explain how that's working, because there's actually a really cool way to illustrate it. But look at that. It's all completely 3D, except that that's all pre-rendered. That's all pre-rendered, right? Let me show you how they did that by pressing the night vision button. For some reason, there's night vision. Oh, do I have it in this? Okay, I gotta go check the. The instructions or the controls to find the. Oh, I gotta get off the silver bullets. I'm wasting them. Okay. So it's not actually a light map. You would think so, but you're gonna spit when you see how they actually did this. Okay, it's I. Y'all ready for this? Well, that was interesting. Did y'all see that little rainbow? Huh. Okay. Here's the night vision mode. Oh, uh-oh. Whoa. Wait. Oh, wait, it just freezes when I try and select that. Oh, that's strange. Huh. All right, let's we can actually switch this from DirectX 7 back to DirectX 6. That shouldn't be necessary, but I'm going to go do it because I suspect it'll fix whatever weird problem is going on. It does make a pretty neat noise, yeah. Oh, what the hell? Huh. I've never had this problem before. When you go to night vision mode, it completely kills the rendering engine. I wonder why this would be happening. You know what? I'm just going to put it in software rendering. Huh. So I think we're in software rendering now, and it's running faster. So one problem we have now is that the flashlight ran out of juice. That might actually be part of why the night vision isn't working. So let's just go back and load our game. I wonder if maybe the battery is shared between the flashlight and the night vision. Maybe that's why I was getting a black screen just there. All right. There we go. So they modeled the entire world in 3D. This is all there all the time, in addition to the pre-rendered world. And this is what's generating the shadows. And then they overlay it. It's nuts that they did it that way. Like, you can actually see right here. You can see the cutouts around the foreground objects. You can see exactly where where one stops and the other begins. And just like, it's so extra. I would say they didn't need to go that hard, but they absolutely did. And the results pay off. Yeah, this is all on software rendering, and frankly, like, it's running so fast and looks so good, I don't really see a reason to switch to hardware, which, honestly, that's how I felt back in the day about stuff like this. For some time after I got a 3D accelerator, there were a number of games where I ran them in software mode because it ran better. Or at least it looked better to me. Okay, we're going to try this one more time. We're on DirectX 5. Oh, there we go. Oh, interesting. Oh, you can actually fight in this mode. I didn't know that. Oh. Okay. Well, this seems to be running fine, so I guess we'll leave it at that. Can we take the shovel? Yes, we can. Is this a weapon, or is this just an item?
Weapon.
I think this is just an item. Because I don't really seem to be able to... Oh, there we go. Okay, good.
Weapon.
So the guy said that you have to cut their heads off, but I didn't do that with the other one. So I wonder if he's going to get up.
Where is it?
Oh, yeah, let's see if the... let's put this thing down.
Goodbye.
And let's see if all, like, the volume... Okay, have a good night. Let's see if this all looks the same. Yeah? Yeah, looks the same, if not better. So... Yeah, I'm happy. Yeah, for anybody who didn't see this earlier, the volumetric lasers. Who does that? I think the first time I saw an effect like that in a modern game was in Alan Wake. What a choice. Wait, oh. Oh, something's coming. That's the other thing is in a game like this, you know, you could very much just use the because you can't see shit, right? You could very much just use the lasers as threat finders. Oh, looks like it's over there somewhere in the pen, I think. Also, I gotta love these angles, right? Where the fuck are we? Who knows? Oh, bad news about the dog. Because it's using the idea of using like the pre-rendered backgrounds and fixed camera angles for a game where you have to do like open-ended exploration. Like, honestly, like what could they do, right? They're, shit! He got me! There really weren't a lot of better choices, right? So, you know, whatever. But at the same time, really not ideal, right? If it could have been avoided, because we have no idea where we are. We don't know what this town looks like. Is there a map? I don't think there's a map.
There's no rum here. I can't revive scat without rum.
So yeah, it gates you out of just open-ended exploration, at first at least, based on the current objective. So we need to run over to the we need to go find the bar. I have the feeling that they might have introduced the you know, you have to cut their heads off to kill them mechanic narratively, and then later decided like, oh, that kind of sucks. No one wants to do that. Let's just take that out. Because I don't think they get back up. Do I still have that fire axe? Oh, I do. Oh, for some reason I thought I didn't have that anymore. I could probably save some ammo, I imagine. Okay, is that what I'm looking for? Bottle of rum. Okay, excellent. I think we're going to go do an occult ceremony with this, so don't want to keep him waiting. His name is Scat Dazzle. His name. So it's this is set in, I think, the 30s, and I can't remember if the guy is any sort of offensive stereotype. Hopefully not. Because, I mean, set in the 30s, but made in the 90s, you know what I mean? All right.
You might want to turn away. I suspect your religious sensibilities might be offended by what I'm about to do.
I always thought that was kind of an interesting touch, narratively. Because he's about to do, like, a pagan ritual.
Ah, the legendary stranger, the man of mystery. You know, your dark past is not so secret in my realm.
That's Baron Samedi, by the way. Samedi?
About you.
Fascinating. Just revive scat and be on your way.
Easy, man. Don't forget who you're dealing with.
You have your cigar. You have your rum. All the blood you need is in a pool beneath your host. Do your business and be off.
Pray you never owe me a favor.
As I recall, there's a point in this game in one of the other episodes where you're walking around and that guy is your stand, so he's just hovering behind you.
Again. I used your powder to summon Baron Samedi. He revived you.
Hey, thanks. There are still people out there. I've heard them crying for help. Find them and bring them here. I still feel a little weak. But I can stay here and guard this place. Once I feel a little stronger...
Yeah, you died again is a great voice line.
There are a couple of farmhouses on the other side of town. I haven't had the courage to go there myself, but the Jenkins and the Smiths were alive the last time I saw them.
I'll bring them back, and anyone else I find.
Yeah, you gotta wonder how often has this guy been revived? Does this happen on, like, every trip? Is there a broken polygon right there, or... You see there's like a hole in the wall? Huh. Anyway.
I live again.
Alright, so what am I doing exactly?
Can you or the Baron do anything about these zombies?
They're not voodoo zombies. None of my magic works against them. The only way to stop them is brute force. Detach their brains from their bodies. Whatever dark influence hangs over this place has energized the motor control areas of their brains. There's no consciousness in these things, just half-remembered abilities like walking and eating.
I do love the sort of hard supernatural thing they're going for. That's sort of the whole thing with this. I know there's comparisons to make, but I can't think of any of them. But the basically the idea here is that you're working for a government organization that deals with supernatural phenomena and treats them as, very coldly and bluntly, right? Just like we have here. So I can't think what else did this, but it's one of the options for this sort of trope. You know what I mean? And I like it. I think it works well. There's not a lot of sort of Federal Bureau of Control kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. Trying to map out how these phenomena work for as if they're from a scientific basis rather than treating it all as superstition. Despite the fact that it is, that there are deities involved, right? Yeah, I mean that was literally a voodoo. I don't know what you call him, but Baron Samedi is a known creature, right?
Safe there.
How do I know you're not another one of those monsters?
Department of Spooky.
Because they don't offer to help?
Oh yeah, she's just straight clipping through the wall. Did you see that? Man, yeah, there is some Z-buffer precision issues going on here. For sure. Oh, and in fact, she didn't get... Oh yeah, she's not getting clipped correctly by that pole there either. Okay, let's fuck with the graphic settings again, because I don't intend to ever use that night vision feature again. So if we could put this back on DX7 and it fixes those issues, that would be really nice. And that did it. So yeah, I think we'll stick with DX7. I thought the frame rate was lower earlier, but I guess it's fine. Even pretty cool that you could cut their limbs off. I'm sure that's not very dynamic. It's probably all sort of pre-baked. Very, oh, miss? Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no. Are we soft locked? Can I talk to her? Wait, oh. Oh, whoa, oh, shit. Well, I mean, it got her to move, but... Oh, that worked. Oh, okay. Problem solved. This seems like a pretty effective strategy, so I'm going to keep doing it. But I think... Oh, no, I think she's stuck on a wall.
Weapon.
Yeah, we'll probably have to go out the back door because I don't think she understands stairs. That's fair. They're intimidating. Oh, I see. Honestly, the pathfinding may be shit, but in some ways the character motion is not half bad. Oh, but that pathfinding is really, really bad. What are you doing back up there? Miss? Could you? All right, let's try the... Oh, God. Oh, no. Did she go out the back? Yep, she sure did. Oh, no. Okay. All right. We back on track? Oh, shit. Boy, a defend mission in this engine. I'm loving it. All right. Ooh, boy. Can we just... Yo, can we just... Nope, nope, we can't. Oh, shit, he's still alive! Ow. 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 I said ow. No, don't catch me again. No, 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 no. There you go. Oh, boy. Yeah, this game doesn't hold up in some ways.
My hero. If we all survive this, come by sometime and I'll return the favor.
God. I'm glad I didn't catch her with any spare bullets, but yeah, it was really funny. It was really funny when the when I picked up the arm and just got like a targeting arc. That was great. Can we do that again here? Let's see. I thought there was a spare arm here. Oh no, because I didn't axe these guys. Can this guy heal me? That would be terrific if this guy could heal me. Nope, can't even talk to him. Nope. All right, well, I guess we'll save. There's probably a quick save button, but since I pretty much always want to save a new slot, yeah. That's, you know, I clocked her in the face with an arm, but she got over it after about 20 seconds or so. I thought that was pretty good. You hit her, she runs away, and after a moment, she just kind of goes, "No, no, I get it. We're cool now. Cool now. I get what you were going through. You know, it's complicated."
Settle down. I'm here to help. Shoot at me again and you'll lose the other arm. I'm gathering everyone together in the church for safety.
I'm safe enough right here. That door's locked and no one's going to get in here.
But you're wounded.
I'll be fine.
You can't even cock that shotgun, much less aim it with only one arm. Come with me and you'll be safe.
I guess you're right, but I can't leave this cell. I don't have a key. The sheriff took it with him when he went to check on the saloon.
I have the feeling that the key is there in the saloon now, but was not earlier. So you have to come activate this script before you can activate that one. Oh, good. Some bullet. And some health. That is a tremendous relief. Much better. By the way, I looked in the game folder, and unfortunately, it is not a bunch of just raw WAV files. The files are all in, I think they're .pob format. And there's a bunch that are called like level 1 sound, level 2 sound. So I have the feeling that those are just some proprietary archive format. And if I can find a program for opening it, I can probably extract those. But I don't know if anybody ever cared about this game enough to do it. You found key. Oh yeah, let's get another arm. I want to see that. I want to see that aiming interface again. There we go. Oops. Come on. Pick it back up, man. There you go. All right. So do we? So do I have to do something special to throw this, or was that a different kind of thing? I don't know. Anyway, let's go free this guy up. No assist can open those files. I don't know this program. Let me look it up. Oh, okay. A program for converting. Okay, so it's just sort of like a great big do everything file converter. Neato Dorito. Okay. Let me grab this. Found a Proot on accident? Well, I mean, how'd you get here? Can't have been that accidental. Wow, this program sure has a lot of DLLs. All right, let me put it. Let me open. Let me make a folder here. I'm holding up the stream to find out whether I can extract these files. I don't think I need to explain to anybody why. This is important to me. So this program mostly seems to be for models, but I assume it just also does other stuff? Boy, this takes a while to start. Fair enough, I won't say no. Wow, this program takes a really long time to start. Oh man, AUG in 1999? I mean, I'm not saying no. It just hadn't thought about it, but I guess I could believe that. Oh, huh. This program does not seem to support it, unfortunately. Let's see. Nocturne pod file. Oh. Hey, guess what? There's a program called Knock-turne Editor. Oh, it's an official editor. Oh. There were modding tools for this? Really? Oh, heavens to Murgatroyd. Yes, there were. Oh, what? Okay, I gotta share these pictures with you because this is pretty wild. Well, yeah, I mean, I don't doubt that AUG itself is that old, but I just didn't know that anybody was using it commercially at that point. Oh yeah, Serious Sam did use AUG. Wasn't that a couple years later though? All right. Well, in any case, let me figure out how to I'm still figuring out this new stream setup, right? So it's always weird. How do I get these images into the stream? Like, I have shared clipboard, but for some reason I have one of those programs installed that allows you to mouse from one computer straight over to the other, right? Like over the network. But it just suddenly stopped working, like just now. It was functioning and then it just quit. So let me look at the program. Why is that not working? Boy, I am having so many issues. Actually, God, is it even running? I don't think it is. That's weird. I wonder if it crashed when I was something. And now I'm trying to remember what the hell the name of the program even is. Which one was I using? DeskFlow. Yeah, it must have just crashed. There we go. Waiting for clients. Still not connected. Did the other machines? Yeah, so, God, this is a whole topic. I can't remember the details, and I won't get into it too deep. But basically, my understanding is that this category of program, the idea of, like, an app that lets you seamlessly move your mouse from one computer to another, or what they sometimes get referred to as, like, software KVMs or network KVMs, appears to be a product or a genre of software that has had a lot of entries over the years. But in reality, they're all derived from one program. There's only actually one piece of software that's just been forked, reforked, re-reforked, and re-reforked back in on itself over and over and over. And there's a bunch of drama about this because apparently the each one of these ends up being maintained by one person, usually. Those people are often not very responsive to user requests. Sometimes they're directly standoffish about user requests. And then after about 2 years, every time it gets dropped and forgotten. And another fork has to happen. And then that fork, for some reason, always ends up repeating the same problems, but different. So, like, you'll have one version of this program that has some long-standing issue, like it doesn't support sleep correctly, like it doesn't recover from sleep, or something like that. And then when it dies, when the person running it abandons it, because there's never more than one person. It's never FOSS. It's always one guy who just happens to be releasing the source code, but there's nobody else contributing. When he finally stops, the new fork will fix the sleep problem, but introduce a different problem that persists for like 3 years. And then I can't remember what the original program was. It might have been Barrier that was the commercial app that this all started with. It was a commercial app. Then it got released as open source. Then it was open source through like 3 or 4 different forks. Then the commercial app rebased itself off of the latest fork, which I think was DeskFlow. And now if you go to the DeskFlow GitHub, there's 2 guys responding to every single issue ticket. One of them is the one guy who's actually developing it, and the other one is a representative from the company that's rebasing off of it, and they both are using that customer service voice. You know what I'm talking about. And it's just really weird. This is not a complicated problem. And I think that's the issue. Like, I think that's synergy. Yeah, maybe that's it. I think that's the problem, is that I've made this observation several times before. Open source has this really interesting bell curve where for complex problems, there's exactly one program, right? You get your GNU image manipulation program, and that's it. There's never anything else. Yes, there are other programs, but they're not the same. Okay? Then, for simple problems, there are 100 or 1,000 programs, and there are new ones being made every year. Like, you want to make like a batch file renamer? Don't worry, you can get one of those that was started 8 years ago, 10 years ago, 12 years ago, 15 years ago, or 2 years ago. And none of them are finished because it's such a trivial thing that no one can get enthused enough to actually finish them, right? And so they just keep getting and they're never forks. It's always just new program, and none of them do what you want. Or if they do what you want, they don't have the stuff that all the other ones have, right? And this is down at the super trivial end of the spectrum. But then there's this great big gulf, this massive chasm in between, which is programs that are just a little bit complicated, just enough that you can't knock one out in a weekend for fun, and then maybe slowly iterate on it for years. And no one is ever going to love them. They're never going to be a thing that every person uses. So they're never going to be famous, like the GNU image manipulation program. Like, this is a niche product, right? The desire to have a PC-to-PC network-based KVM, that's not a thing that everyone is ever going to want. That's just not going to happen. And so your program is never going to be famous. You're never going to earn, like, FOSS brownie points for making this sort of thing, but it is irritating. So it's going to be thankless work that is also just hard enough that you don't really want to do it. And so I think that's what's going on, is like from an absolute standpoint, this is not a complicated problem to solve, but it's just irritating enough that it's never going to overcome the frustrations because you're never going to get thanked for it. No one's ever gonna know you, right? I mean, did anybody here even know this program existed before I named it? It doesn't sound like it, right? So it's just weird. It's a massive task keeping basic functionality working up to a point, but like it's also a massive task to make Blender, right? So I'm saying that, like, the problem is it's a massive task. It is not a massive task by the standards of FOSS projects that exist and are extremely popular and widely adopted, but it is massive compared to the thanks you're going to get for it, which is namely nothing. No one is ever going to care. They're only going to get in touch with you when they're mad that it doesn't work. Because this is the sort of thing that is infrastructure. The only reason that you would want it at all is because you need it to be there when you need it and then to go away when you don't. You're not going to think about it except in the moment you're using it. And anytime you notice that it exists, you're just going to be angry that you've noticed it. You know? So it's tough. Anyway, so this, by the way, this right here, this is a picture from the Knock-turne editor. This is apparently the official software that was used for for the game. And I don't know if I don't know if this is I don't know what I'm looking at. Could I be wrong that this game is pre-rendered? I don't think so. No, it has to be. I'm sure it is. But like, could they have used this as the modeling and rendering tool? No, it can't be. No, it's not sophisticated enough. And yet, there's no need to have that much detail just for the collision mesh. So what the fuck? Huh. Wow. I'm gonna have to look at this software and find out what exactly it does. It's hard to believe this is all just for the shadows, but maybe. And also, yeah, I wonder, the geometry detail doesn't look detailed enough to my eyes to seem like this could have been the actual authoritative source for the for the final renders. But what do I know? I have no idea. I'm gonna have to look into that later because that looks like a really intriguing tool. Anyway, let's continue playing this video game. So, oh, I thought I hid that browser source. Bonk. The thing is, it just looks too detailed to be just the collision mess. Oh, I need to move my collision mess is what I just said. That's very funny. I need to move my keyboard receiver back to the Dell. Yeah, I don't know why, but DeskFlow just crashed on both the machines, both the client and server. Strange. Yeah, I guess, you know what, in retrospect, I should, I know it's not a trivial task to make this sort of thing work. This is very much the sort of thing where you're going to be dealing with a million weird little issues. That was naive of me to say. I know better. At the same time, though, I guess it is one of those things where I do feel like there's trivial, and then there's, come on, we both know what we're talking about, trivial. It's like if I were to say that writing a refraction shader is trivial, that obviously isn't, unless you know what you're doing, in which case it really isn't that big a deal. I've done it, right? I can barely remember how GLSL works, but I have written a refractive shader before. It wasn't as good as some, but it looked fine, So, in that context, in the sense of like, if we are talking about a set of people where I already know what their development capabilities are, by the standards of a lot of other software that does get heavy development effort, this is trivial. And it's not that makes it free, it's just that it makes it weird that you can't reliably get it, and that it is always so strange. It's always like, even when the software works, it always has weird problems that are not due to the strangeness of making it work cross-platform, but more due to just like developer idiosyncrasies and odd decisions that they made about how to architect the software. And I can't remember them offhand, but I know DeskFlow itself has some really strange defaults and some odd checkboxes and behavior you have to figure out. And yeah, I guess the security implications do complicate matters. That's a fair point.
Oh, dear sweet Mother of Mercy, don't kill me.
I'm here to help. You'll be safe in the church. Finish your business, and I'll take you there.
And the other thing is, like, because I'm using a pair of Windows machines here, I have the option to use remote desktop. The trouble is that the nature of remote desktop is that when you connect a session, it is essentially doing fast user switching, which is a really abrasive
hero, you know that?
process.
Yes.
Like, when you log out of a session in Windows, it doesn't necessarily break a bunch of of handles to various things, but it does odd stuff to them. And so during a mission critical task, you really don't want to remote into a machine. It's, especially because it's going to hose up the DPI, it's going to hose up the screen resolution, it's going to hose up the audio devices, you name it, right? And it would be nice if remote desktop offered. It would be nice if remote desktop offered the option to connect in a softer way. And I think if I were running Windows Server, I might have that option. And that's probably not out of the question. I probably could finagle that if I tried. And I mean, shit, if I were running Linux, it'd be even worse, because Linux's remote desktop options suck. It's basically, hey, have you heard of this thing called VNC? It's crazy. Wow. And then, VNC with a shirt on. I've used, what is it, KDE Connect, and then the other thing that's more recent, I can't remember the name of, and it's just VNC. Nothing works nearly as smoothly as remote desktop, and I understand why. It's because remote desktop is basically a wild hack, a super low-level hack developed by some nut jobs over at Citrix that Microsoft bought, that works solely because of deep, unreasonable knowledge of the Windows APIs and their extreme stability, owing to the fact that nobody is allowed to change them except Microsoft, who chooses not to. Trying to make something that worked as well as RDP on Linux with its constantly changing everything is just out of the question. It could never be done. And that's almost as much a feature as a bug, but it does mean that, this is a really hard problem to solve. Are those crows attacking me? And the other thing is that it'd be nice if, those crows are attacking me, those bastards. Well, I don't seem to be able to shoot them. All right, let's go inside. Wow! Fuck, that was loud! God, the audio mixing in this game is so fucked! I'm soft locked. I'm stun locked. I can't move. What the fuck? I just couldn't move. Oh. Well, Wayland required a rewrite of every remote desktop app, but also there weren't any, because the Linux remote desktop scene was already terrible and always had been. Even on X, it was not good. So this is just a largely unsolved problem, if you ask me. And who's shocked, really? Why would this work? Why would this be a thing that we had a good solution for? Just conceptually, it's a really tough thing to achieve. So that's why I bothered doing the desk flow approach, because I knew I wasn't going to be happy with anything remote desktop-y. I knew it was always going to be problematic, just because I don't want remote desktop. What I want is exactly what I have here, and I have it, and that's great. I'm glad that works. But it's always frustrating when you're doing something that's out at the fringes of what people do with their computers, basically. And I do a lot of stuff like that. I have a tremendous number of tasks that I do all the time that the overwhelming majority of people will never do.
Fiend, I'll do you in for just like I did all your other demon kin.
Calm down, old man. If you want to stay alive, come with me.
Forget it. We're staying right here till this whole thing passes over.
It's your funeral.
Wait. Where are you gonna take us?
You'll be safe at the church.
But that's all.
It really does sound like the Doom Pistol sound, doesn't it?
To get there.
Just follow me.
Well, okay. We'll follow you.
Is there a little tiny 3D object on... Oh, shit. I almost shot her in the head. Is there a little tiny 3D object on top of this bookcase that for some reason I can walk on top of? Oh, yeah, those were bullets, apparently.
All the fault of them whores in the saloon. God is unleashing his
The way she said that.
Their sins.
God forbid you should commit a sin, you fat cow.
Did you say something, Paul?
Yeah, exactly. Like if you're a power user, you're constantly going, why can't I do this thing that's so obvious and basic? And like, if you tried to explain it to a coworker, they would have no idea what you were talking about or why you wanted to do that. It would just be utterly baffling. Like, what? If I want to use another computer, I just plug in a keyboard and mouse and monitor. And you're like, but I have 12 computers in the same room. And they're like, well, I don't. What the? Like, if you don't, then you just don't, right? And there's a really big, bright line between people who do and people who don't. And the people on the other side never will. You know, it's not something that you eventually do if you get, if you evolve enough. This is, either you have a need for this because of the way that you live and what you do with your time, or you don't and you never will, right? I mean, I've been running multiple computers in, close quarters since I was like 9, And so this has always been an issue for me, but like, there's just not really much market for solutions because it's just not that big a deal, right? And that's exactly why.
Sonny,
oh, God damn it!
Down. We can't keep up with you.
This is exactly why the network KVM app is never going to be that big a deal, because there's a total of like a couple 100,000 people anywhere who want it.
Do you even care if we make it to the church alive?
Marginally.
That's where that line came from. I've been thinking about that exact line and that response for 25 years, and I could not remember where it was from. I've never stopped thinking about this game, but like, you knew that about me. Like, obviously, like, I wouldn't be playing this if this was not a game that I had been thinking about incessantly for decades. You either are or are not absolutely fascinated with this, right?
We can't keep up with you.
And so...
Do you even care if we make it to the church alive?
Marginally.
I've been thinking about marginally for so long. What a great reply. I love this dude. I can't remember the lore. I know that he hates monsters, but I don't think we know why. I don't think it's any, like, werewolves killed my dad sort of business, because we don't know anything about his dad or his family, or if he has a family, or if he's a monster himself, right? I don't remember where this takes place. I'm sure that they said... I want to say it's Montana. Yeah, so you do sort of wonder, how did they make the Blair Witch story work? I don't know the answer. What I do know is that in the Blair Witch game, you actually play the same character. You play the stranger. But that seems weird until you realize that the Blair Witch story starts like a century and change before the movie was shot, right?
Thank you for helping us. I hope you can rescue everyone else in town.
Let's go in here and talk to everyone if we can and see if we get any sort of... Wow, am I bleeding? Oh, maybe the axe was dripping. I think that might be it.
Excuse me, Sonny, but do you think you could go back and save our children?
Why didn't you mention that while we were at your house?
Well, I wasn't sure we could trust you. Now I know that if anyone can save them, you can. They're in the Jenkins basement, out back of the other farmhouse. They're hiding in the cellar and won't open the door unless they hear a special knock.
Very original. I'll be right back with your children.
Oh, thank you, Toast Points. I actually did find the clip, but I hadn't extracted the audio yet. I don't think. Hang on, I might save you the effort. I may have already done it and just not added it to the system yet. Not that it's a very good like stream soundboard. I guess it is if I do it. Nope, I apparently hadn't done it yet. So yeah, feel free. Anyway, can we talk to anyone?
My name's Buford Elliott. What should I call you?
Don't.
The 300 megabytes soundbite is from the it's from the Home Shopping Network ad that Neil Cicierega used for the basis of his song 300 megabytes, which I will now link in chat. Was it QVC? I thought it was HSN. Fair enough. Oh, did I talk to her yet? Guess I can't. That's fair.
Don't do that.
I guess I really should have been using the axe because I am low on ammunition. And I guess that sort of makes this count more as survival horror. You know what I mean? One of the sort of soft requirements, I think, for survival horror is that you can't have a lot of ammo. You have to always be struggling to have the resources, basic resources you need. And this definitely has that going on. It is a bit of a bummer the enemies don't drop anything, right? And that's normal in this kind of game, but still, I wonder how far they kite. Okay, not very far. I mean, I'll probably have to fight them on the way back, but anyway, in the Blair Witch question, I think that basically what they do is say they do the Forrest Gump thing, right? Like, yeah, here's the story of the origin of the Blair Witch curse or whatever. Oh, and by the way, did you know our guy was there at the time? Funny. You wouldn't know, because who would know? You're not supposed to know about him. He's the stranger. He's a mysterious creature, right? So he's not supposed to be in the official record. So it makes some amount of sense. But I haven't actually played the game, so I'm not sure. In any case, though, it supposedly plays just like this. Reviews at the time, and I think later on as well, were a little negative about how it felt a little shoehorned, reportedly, because apparently, one review that I read, I think it was a modern review, said that, oh, this guy's loud. Here comes loud. No, it wasn't really that loud this time. What the fuck? That was louder than the one the fucking Zambo did. And then that guy appears to be outside the house as well. Oh, good. Bullets. Well, sorry to bother y'all. Bye. I'll have to deal with them when I get outside, I suppose. Yeah, so, some of the, I should save. I haven't saved in a really long time. Hey, Alone in the Dark is already fairly janky. One of the reviews I read said that the Blair Witch game just sort of felt shoehorned into this style of game. Oh, big bada boom. Because this is an action game, right? Yeah, sure, it's got like an adventure puzzle element to it, but this is a hard action game for sure. But in the Blair Witch game, you apparently are in the game for like a good couple hours before you fire your first bullet. Like, there are just no monsters during most of the, first, act of the game. And then when you do, it's just sort of, I guess it doesn't really feel like it fits, is the problem. But nonetheless, I guess people liked it, like, from a narrative standpoint. And so I'm definitely curious about playing it. I think, oh, there's the cellar, I believe. I'm definitely curious about playing it. And I don't know how much of this game I'm going to play. Like I said, this is the level that was in the demo. I haven't really played the other ones. I don't know how they hold up or what they're like. I was always really curious, like, how this ultimately played out. I just realized there's a fellow on the roof. Quema, I'm on the roof. I don't think I can get up there. Although maybe there's a set of stairs inside I didn't get to, and I can crawl out through an attic door, but I don't think so. Yeah, because I did this room. I'm getting all these shotgun shells. There must be a shotgun somewhere. Maybe it's in the main house. Yeah, I think I did everything. I hear somebody walking, but I don't know where. Are they over here in the barn? Oh, maybe they're behind the barn? We got sort of the environmental spooky audio, but that's a good one, Steve. Oh, there we go. The guy jumped off the... maybe that's what was setting off the spooky music. All right, cool. Why is this guy taking so many hits? There we go.
Who are you?
There's no time for introductions. Come with me to the church.
Why?
Your parents and others from the town are there.
You do not back up automatically when axing. I've been doing that myself because it tends to it tends to make it a lot harder for them to get at you if you just constantly backpedal. All right. So I think I'm getting better at these defend missions. I don't know if they're unique to this. Oops, shit. I don't know if they're unique to this story or if it's in all of them, but I was gonna say I'm getting better, but then that guy just blindsided me over there. I sort of feel like Nocturne is an answer to people going, Resident Evil should be more action based. You know, you should have more bullets and be able to do more just like straight combat. That'll make it better, right? Well, the monkey's paw curls a finger. You know, this is what that would look like if you're not going to make the game true 3D, which was achievable at that point, but maybe not to this standard of visual quality, which, you know, in a spooky game, visual quality is essential, right? If you were doing a true 3D game at this point, you would not be able to have the sort of baked-in shadows and you know, details. This is a PS2 grade game, at least, made before the PS2 came out. Like, the fact this came out in 1999 means they were working on it in, like, 98 or 97. So, you know, there was a big quantum leap in graphics that was about to happen, to be sure, but it hadn't yet. And if this game had come out, if this game had started development 2 years later, I think it would have been true 3D, and that would have alleviated a lot of its problems, but also maybe made it boring as hell.
From that man.
This game could definitely run on the Dreamcast. I mean, I think, really
Going
it's...
to hell now?
Tommy, watch your mouth or you'll get a whipping.
But Ma, that's
Okay, I think we finished all the escort missions.
Where?
the pit. I saw a lot of monsters in there. It's really the doorway to hell. All the monsters are coming up from there. I've seen it.
It must mean the old mine. It's been abandoned for years and sealed off. But I think the kids have found a way into it.
What do you think?
Oh, I made a mistake.
When I first got here, I noticed it. There's definitely something not right about that place.
Don't let me forget, I have to go free the sheriff, or the deputy. I forgot to free him. He's going to give me the shotgun.
There was an accident there, and the mine was shut down. It's been abandoned for decades. A strange man came in.
Most of the cinematics in this game look like this.
The old mine, but he disappeared.
I'll look into it. How do I get in?
The gate's locked up, but I know how to open it from the inside. I'll help you.
Oh, God. Is he going to keep following me now? Or do we just... Oh, okay. We just warped there. Okay. He's just going to... I don't know if that's how that was supposed to go.
There you go, Mr. Monster Killer.
I'll take you back to the church.
Oh, shoot. I can outrun any of those old monsters. I'll go myself.
Suit yourself.
Oh, God, no. Don't force me to... No, I didn't get the shotgun. We have to reload and redo a whole bunch of that because we didn't get the shotgun. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Alright, let's just check. Nope. We have to... video games! Alright, we're gonna speed run this. Well, once we get the shotgun, maybe, I can't remember when I last saved. It's been a little bit. Oh, it's been almost 10 minutes. Oh, where is this gonna put us? Oh, I can't wait to find out. That guy's laughing at me. Yeah, I mean... Oh, okay, this isn't too bad. I can get the sheriff, or I can get the deputy on the way back from here. That won't be too ridiculous. Wonder why these explosives were up here. I'm going to stand here and do this, and if you get hurt, it's your own fault. You cannot back out of the mine. Once you saw the level loading screen, right? Once you're in there, you've zoned. You can't go back. No, buddy, come back. Buddy, there you go. Boy, the situational music doesn't really quite work yet, you know? Like, it's a good idea, but it's not quite there. Oh, wow, I just one-shotted that dude. Nice. Sometimes it almost takes longer to load the menu than you save by skipping the cinematic. One of the reasons the skip cinematic is so important, though, is because... I gotta step in there to get them to anchor to me. Okay, there we go. One of the reasons that skip cinematic is so important, though, is because, as I was saying earlier, characters frequently get stuck on scenery objects when they're trying to pathfind in the cinematics because they don't have frame-by-frame animations. They're not told exactly where to go. They're given a location, and then they pathfind their way there. So if they get confused and they get stuck on a corner, then the cinematic will never end. You'll just be there forever. And so it seems like a soft lock until you realize that skip cinematic always puts you in a usable state. So that's a saving grace. Oh, come on, man. Do wish the kids would run away from these guys. It'd be great. But can't ask for too much. The deputy is in jail in the sheriff's office. This game isn't really a mess by the standards of 1999. Honestly, a lot of games were much worse than this, especially this being very much a PC game. This is a game that could have come out for other platforms. I don't think it did. Let's see. Did it get ported to anything? It might have gotten ported to, like, the PlayStation. Trying to remember. All right, kids, where are you going? Okay. See, I don't want them to get killed while my back is turned. I think we're good. I'm trying to remember if this guy... Come on. Oh, do I use the key? Is that... There we go. Oh, wrong cell.
Shotgun. You take it. I've still got a pistol.
Okay. If I back up, I think he's going to leave. And then I can step in here, do this. Holy shit, that's 125 shotgun shells? I start out with 180 shotgun shells. Naturally, you don't have to reload it, because we hadn't done that yet. And also... Yeah! It's so good. We'll look at that more once we get to a better camera angle. But let's help this guy out with his pathfinding. There we go. Okay, over here, over here, over here, over here. Wait, is there another monster? Sounds like there's another monster. Yep, there it is.
Weapon.
Yeah, like I think from a development standpoint, this game is fairly solid, all things considered. But from a design standpoint, you know, we would never do it like this now. Certainly. Oh hell, the girl got stuck on something. Yeah, but she's still in there, isn't she?
Weapon.
Come on, come on. Oh no, please. Oh boy, I think this is the only defend mission in the game. I think it's the only escort mission in the game. No, no, please come out here. Oh, I like how you can just leave the deputy in there, right? You could just march on and not rescue him. It's really funny. Okay. I'm going to save right here in case there's some other trick the game is going to spring on us that I'll want to come back here for. Like herding cats, yep. Yeah. And the best part is she didn't even give the, hey mister, you're moving too fast. So I didn't even know that I'd left her behind. All right. And then Scat Dazzle should come inside. And that signals the end of this segment. Where is he? Did I miss someone? No. I rescued everybody. Okay, there we go.
Are you going to hell now?
Tommy, watch your mouth or you'll get a whipping.
But, Ma, that's where all the monsters are.
All right, I'm going to skip this skinematic because we've seen it. All right, let's see if he does any better this time than he did the last. Oh, wow. What? He wasn't even supposed to crawl in that direction. Wow. That was a really impressive bug.
There you go, Mr. Monster.
The game is holding together at the seams, which, like, that was just sort of normal in 1999. That was a pretty typical, status quo. But, man... Also, the length of time it takes to skip the cinematic kind of makes you think that maybe it's skipping it by playing it out at an uncapped frame rate. Because it seems to take longer the longer the cinematic is. Though, I wonder if this one just hung. Uh-oh. Yeah, I don't think that worked. Every time I start the game, the Vista sidebar crashes. Yeah, I just figured I'd alt-tab and tab back in and see if anything happens. Well, I have a save, so we're not really in too much trouble. Oh, you know what? No, DJ, you're right. That can't be what's going on because skipping the cinematic actually does unbreak broken cinematics. So it must be the case that it doesn't continue playing it out. Okay, that's fine. We'll just restart this. So yeah, I think I was wrong about it taking longer the longer the cinematic is. I think it's just that it was hung. All right.
Hey, thanks for bringing me here.
Oops. I do not need to skip his single line of dialogue. And now we stand here for 7 minutes waiting for these people to walk to their the given locations. Man, this boy. Oh, this game is very 1999. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I'll tell you what. All right. So we can safely skip this one, I think. But I'm going to be careful with the other one. Because I think maybe the fact that that cinematic ended in a level transition is what broke it. So...
There you go,
oh.
monster killer.
I'll take you back to the church.
Interesting.
Oh, shoot. I can outrun any of those old monsters.
Y'all saw how fast he was running. I wonder if maybe it is doing what I think. Oh man, what if it does play out the rest of the cinematic really fast and turns off collision specifically to solve that problem? And then in this case, just like some bug happened and it didn't calculate the pathfinding correctly, so it just got stuck anyway. Okay. All right. So there's probably some folks watching that weren't here earlier when I started when I was initially demonstrating this. So I want to stop for a second. And so it's really unfortunate that this effect was applied to the shotgun. I never liked it. I never understood it. And whoa, there's some stuff going on over there. Huh. And the only good thing about it is that you get this just gorgeous volumetric effect. Like I said, I didn't see anything like this again for another about 12 years till Alan Wake. I think it was the first time I'd seen volumetric light that looked this good, right? And then likewise, the flashlight is just beautiful. But also, yes, it does switch from the transparent polygon to the volumetrics, and you're like, why not just keep the volumetrics? It seems like they don't cost anything. The game doesn't slow down, and even if it did, well, anyway. Yeah, I wonder if it shows the field of fire. Well, anyway, so the flashlight, however, also lights up the environment, and as we discussed earlier, this is done based on oh, the night vision is working now. Cool. I guess that was just a bug. All I had to do was restart the game. So there's actually a 3D map of the entire level, which, as far as anyone can tell, is used exclusively for generating collision and oh, the night vision's getting overloaded because there's lights in here. It generates collision and it's used for casting shadows. And I guess they're using that to figure out how to illuminate the backdrop. Oh. Wait, let me think. Okay. Okay, this isn't what they're doing, but this is not what they're doing, but I did just have it, because I was thinking to myself, how would you use that to achieve this effect? And I was thinking, imagine if you took the 3D mesh, we have a camera position, right? And we have a 2D texture that is, like what we're looking at right now, is a 640 by 480 bitmap, okay? We have that, we have the 3D space, and we have the camera position. Imagine UV projecting the texture onto the 3D object and then performing lighting on top of that. Like, I think that's a relatively cheap trick. You wouldn't have to do a whole lot of complex math in order to map it in that way. If you mapped it from the camera's perspective, right? And that would allow you to get the light to apply dynamically. Like if this really was a 3D scene, and they just, because the thing is, it saves you having to do the transform, right? A lot of the difficulty with this sort of thing is doing the transform. Though I guess since this is hardware driven, that Because T&L was universal at this point. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, yeah. I guess it is sort of a sad horn sound. Yeah, that's the night vision sound, which is like, this is set in the 30s, so those are rocks. The point is that the mine is unstable. I guess that's why they gave me 185 shotgun shells. Oh, wait a sec. Oh, that's right. I forgot. The shotgun has a persistent flashlight built in that does not drain your battery, but it doesn't affect the environment. It only affects 3D objects. So we can illuminate enemies with this, and we can illuminate dynamic parts of the environment. And if we walk through the spider web, I think we'll discover that it's actually made out of polygons. Yeah. Man, you can't imagine what a mind blower this was in its day. I remember being just... My gob was fully stopped. It was incredible that this was happening on my computer. Like, I don't know that I had actually seen the famous the famous Metal Gear Solid 2. Oh, holy shit, that did a lot of damage. There was a Metal Gear Solid 2 trailer that had like a bunch of wow, that shotgun is not very effective at range. There was an MGS2 trailer that had a bunch Snake was walking through a bunch of like plastic strips in a laboratory, and I remember that just being mind-blowing to the point where it was we're just gonna book it through here and let these guys kite. I remember that being like a big selling point, or at least a very popular marketing photo or marketing screenshot. But I don't even think I'd seen it yet at the time that this came out. So I was just astonished that my computer could do this. So, oh, stairs. Okay, this is a good time to use the night. Oh, but the night vision is still on the fritz. Oh, interesting. It runs for a second or so, and then starts just doing that weird repeating double buffer thing. Why is it hazy? There's like a green haze here.
Gas. Can't breathe. I can't go back in there without some kind of gas mask.
Okay, I guess that's why it's green. Now we know. Okay, I'm glad I didn't take damage falling off of that. Oh, when the flashlight battery is running low, I think it actually gets dimmer. So we just have to kind of stand here for a couple of minutes and wait for that to recharge. How's it going, folks? Yeah, my gob was completely smacked by this experience. Yeah, let's see. Metal Gear Solid 2 was what? 2001? Yeah, 2001. Gosh, I wonder if I can find a picture of that original. I wonder if I can find that original trailer that had the. Yeah, I think it was like one of those curtains you see in a walk-in freezer. Yeah, it was one of those. The shotgun. I think the shotgun damage fall off is extreme. I think if you're not like smack dab right up against them, you're basically wasting your ammo. So. Also, I have the feeling that there are big ol' holes you can fall in down here. I am tempted to cheat by increasing the gamma. Actually, I don't even know if that would be cheating. For all I know, it's misset anyway. I think, is there a guy coming? Not sure. Well, we'll hope for the best. Get a color correction. There we go. Welcome to the ZX Spectrum port of Nocturne. God. Yeah, let's not go quite that hard. What if we just push the... Oh, that's not what we want. Heavens. Let's put that back where it was. What if we push the contrast? I sort of still get the same thing. I don't want to be here for hours, so I'm gonna... Oh. Well. I don't want to go down there. Okay. Oh. Is that a wall, or can we go around that way? Nope, that's a wall. Okay, so I think we have to go back and take the other path now. Yeah, the dithering effects make me wonder if this is actually running in hardware, and if so, if it really is running at 32-bit. Oh, it says it is. Huh. Alright, well, let's, see, I think you could fall off to the side there. I think that's an open pit. Also, I should point out that, like, the tank controls are even worse when you're holding the shotgun, it feels like. It feels like he swings really fast from side to side. Oh, yep, there's another pit. I kind of want to save my game and jump into one just to verify, but I'm pretty sure that's a pit. Oh, wait, is there a passage back there? No, okay. Okay, here we are back in the stage of history. I'm going to go ahead and drop a save. Yeah, that dithering probably did look better. Though, to be honest, I'm not really sure why it's dithering, because we're in 32-bit. So I wonder if that's happening in-engine. I wonder if that's something the devs did on purpose. Yeah, so if you let him get close, the shotgun is a one-hitter quitter. So I probably could have saved a good 50 rounds if I'd been more careful. But that's, you know, learning experience. And let's be clear, if I run out of ammo, I'm just going to cheat to get more, because we want to finish this game, or at least get our money's worth. That's the Gravis promise. So do we think this just loops around to exactly where we were? To the other side of that that break in the floor? I'll bet it does. Oh man, I love this angle. What a great angle. You ever see a good angle? Is the drop off right there? No? Okay. Oh, that got dark fast. There we go. I feel like the developers of this game are not quite, you know, dick enough to just, you know, you make a screen transition and fall directly into a pit you could not possibly have seen. But at the same time, I'm also not betting on it. Interesting. Well, we'll definitely want to go... Oh, wow! Jump scare brightness. Oh, you know what? Maybe you're right. Maybe the... Holy shit, there was a ladder there. I couldn't even see it. Well, I guess that's Metroid Brainia nonsense. Yeah, I'll bet the pre-rendered backgrounds are probably rendered at 16 bits. So even though the polygons in the game and the effects are being rendered at higher bit depth, that doesn't do anything to help with the existing bit depth of the textures. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so there's more explosives here yet again. I have the feeling we're supposed to do something with that information. Is that? Feels like there's just sort of a polygon hanging in space there. Alright, let's put our gun away. Let's save. Oh, not only are these the Monster Truck Madness devs, but if I recall correctly, the Monster Truck Madness engine went on to become the Grand Theft Auto 3 engine. And there's remnants of it still in the Rage, the Rockstar Advanced Game Engine, though I might be mixing things up. I have the feeling that we're supposed to... Oh, yeah, definitely. We're supposed to put that on there, and then do this. And, Wherever that went is somewhere we want it to be. That's true. I'm sure that they have not pre-rendered at every resolution, so there's definitely scaling going on. I have not found the gas mask. Let me peek at a. I have a walkthrough here. Okay, let's see. Oh, crap. Okay, so I was supposed to do most of these things, but I made a wrong turn, or well, I went this way when I should have gone a different direction that would have gotten me more shotgun shells and the gas mask. So we just have to run back up here to collect those, and then we can proceed. That was another pit in the floor, so we got to be careful about that. As long as we stay on the train, little rail there, we should be fine. But yeah, so this room here, I believe, if we go to the other side, there should be a little shack there. Yes, there's Tunnel C. No, this is where we came in. Although, wait, was it Tunnel C we were supposed to take? Let me see. Okay, yes, we're supposed to take the turn for Tunnel C. This one here. Man, the locational damage is pretty cool. Like, you can't aim all that well on purpose. You know, like, you can't deliberately aim for someone's arm or whatever, so it kind of doesn't come up that often. But when you do just happen to catch them at an angle and blow an arm off or cut an arm off with the axe, it feels pretty good. Alright, so the walkthrough seems to say that I'm just supposed to book it down this corridor. I don't think there's any side paths there. Oh boy, okay, I'm saving. Oh, that's right, Midtown Madness and... Oh, I'm sorry, maybe I was thinking of Midtown Madness. Shit. Let me look that up. Right, which were in the same... Microsoft put them in the same series, but in reality they're, yeah, totally unrelated. Yeah, my bad. I actually very much did mean Midtown Madness, so I am full of shit. Do we hear things from the perspective of the camera? That's a good question. I don't know. Yeah, and Motocross Madness was also its own thing. Yep. I love how, like, you'll get the spooky music and the growling, and then when you find out who's doing it, it's a guy who's just walking into a corner. Okay, cool. Oh, you know what? There were lights in those tunnels that I could have turned on if I'd come here first. So I did it the hard way. Okay, that sure looks like an item I can pick up, though maybe that's just some beans. Let me check the walkthrough. Alright, I'm supposed to pick up... Nope, I'm definitely supposed to get that. Shotgun shells, dynamite, gas mask, and a battery. I don't think I got the battery. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to fight the computer until I'm able to collect this object here. I don't think I got the battery. Aw, man, I don't know is the problem. Crap. Man. Did anybody see Deadly Tide? That doesn't even ring a bell. Deadly Tide. Oh, it's a rail shooter. That's why. I'm sorry to report that I don't consider rail shooters games. They're not video games to me. Oh my god, I just randomly pressed spacebar and grabbed it. Alright, turn on the switches for tunnels. Wait, A and D, right? Yeah, A and D, okay. Oh, shit! Man, can you imagine what an experience this was in 1999? Like, I didn't, I didn't play this far back then, and I wouldn't have had the patience anyway, I'm sure. But if you, like, engaged with this game fully when it was new, that was a really cool experience we just had. That was a really neat moment. Oh. Wait, so can I cross over there? This particular image looks very bad, but it might be because I have the it might just be because I have the color correction so messed up. It is a little better now. All right, let me look at this. Okay, so we go to the shack, we do all those things, and then we go back across the wooden bridge and go to Tunnel D. We do the dynamite thing. Then we go back to the ladder, climb up, we get some stuff, and then we're going to jump across that bridge that we saw the first time through, the bridge that was out. Why we don't go any further down this tunnel, I don't know. Maybe we come back to it later. It's kind of interesting how this game uses like respawning enemies, right? Because they don't respawn constantly, but it seems like they get spawned they get replenished every time like a game event happens, generally speaking. So and that's pretty granular. So basically, if I were to run up and down that tunnel several times, I'm not going to run into monsters. But if I then go, pick up an item or rescue somebody or whatever, chances are when I run down there again, there will be monsters, right? And so it keeps you from getting completely punished for backtracking, right? But it also means that the world continues to feel extremely dangerous. And yeah, like the fact that I oh, that's the wrong ladder. Whoops. Oh wait, no, this is it. I just have to run down here to the stairs is what's going on. But the fact that when that jump scare happened, the guy came in, and because I'd been playing the game enough, my reflexes were there, and I just whipped the shotgun out and got him at the last moment. That was really good. That was a great survival horror moment. I just really got to give him credit for that. That worked really, really well. It's the sort of thing that I wouldn't say you can't design that on purpose, Okay, do I... But
Gas.
I pressed the use button.
Can't breathe. I can't go back in there without some kind of gas mask.
Yeah, if you can manage to make an existential, creepy game out of a rail shooter, I'll play that. I'll stream it, okay? Let me save. Something might be wedged. I can just save over that. What I need to do is I need to see if the game has a quick save button and start using it in addition to the hard saves. So please hold. I still hate this menu music. It's really kind of... Item description is /. Huh. Interesting. Yep, use item is enter. So what the fuck, eh? a small filter to protect the wearer from harmful gases or vapors. Maybe I have to stand right here.
Yes. Can't breathe.
What the fuck? The tutorial, or the walkthrough just says, put on the gas mask. Okay, your guess is as good as mine as to what the sword... Oh, I see. It's alphabetical. So it's F1 and then F10. Right. Glad I saved. Okay. Let's try this again. What is that object? Oh, that's the battery. Okay. I'm pressing enter. All right, let me go back to this. Is there anything else I can do here? All right, let's see. Nocturne 1999 gas mask. Wait. What? Okay, so I found a list of cheat codes, and this is where you enter them. There's a whole bunch of them, and of course, a number of them are silly because of the point in time that this was.
The stranger is getting turn anti in the caves.
So some of these are like, if you want the invincibility code is God Games, naturally. The flamethrower is Torch My Ass. There's a elephant gun, for which the code is just Dumbo Gun. You recharge your flashlight battery with recharge. Some of this is really straightforward. But then this says that the gas mask code is I farted, which is really funny, except that there are two codes listed. Gas mask for stranger, and a second one. Gas mask for self. What does that mean? What do you mean self? Huh? What? Like, oh my god, do I have to put away the shotgun? Is that the problem? Oh, good call. Fuck me. We would have been here for so long. Thank you. Who said that? Barcode. Thank you so much. You saved the stream. I never would have figured it out. Yeah, two-hand simulator. We actually are playing Jurassic Park Trespasser. It's I didn't want to tell anybody. It's a fun little secret, little Easter egg in the stream. Fucking dumb. Oh man, video games are so real. All right, let me just make sure I've done everything I'm supposed to do. Why is there gas in here? All right, okay, yep. That's all we were here for. I wonder if I could just keep this. I wonder if I can just keep this on for the rest of the game. I wonder if there's any reason to take... Wow, they did not contour it to his face at all. That is like a really uniquely terrifying look. Huh. Wow, that is really unsettling. All right. Yeah, this game does kick ass, and this game would make one hell of a Dreamcast game, but I don't think it got... Yeah, it didn't get ported to anything. This was PC only, which just sucks, right? Because, like, this deserved so badly to be a PlayStation 2 game, if nothing else. All right. Drop a save. what are we doing next? I think we go this away. So I think we're ready to do the big jump. So I should have saved next to the... Because we're going to fuck this up. The plan is to fuck this up. Oh my god! Alright, but I'm telling you, I am gonna fuck this up. Just video game moments, you know? Alright, so we have to do a running jump and make it across that hole. I don't think this is gonna happen. Nope! Oh, by the way, if you have healing items, you automatically use them. You don't have to get them out of your inventory. So really, like, every time that I've gone in and used one manually, like, I don't need to. It'll use it if you need one. So they're basically just like Metroid E-tanks. Alright. Oh! Barely. Man. Oops. Oops. Now, I think I'm going to have to go back to the tutorial here, or the walkthrough. Oh, are we just supposed to take... Okay, the dynamite that we set up is to my left, and I think that we're just going to take it over and put it on another lift and send it up further, and then we're going to go back up to that path we didn't take earlier, and there'll be something to blow up there. So, I thought I had read in the walkthrough that we had to jump over the bridge carrying it, but I don't think it's actually true, so... It goes so fast. Alright. We do, however, have to make this jump again. Alright, so we'll save again. They do love having you jump into the upper left corner of the screen. Oh, hey, we did it! Oh, would you look at that? Alright, so I think the most efficient route here is to go down this way. Okay. And then we're probably going to encounter resistance now that we've done some game events. So we'll arm the shotgun. Oh, I think that's a hole in the floor. I'm not taking any chances. I saw something to the effect that there was a hole in the floor that you had to jump over, but I think maybe it glitched out every time we ran over it, and so we didn't have to until now. I also love that guy back there who's been there this whole time and never reacted to me. Alright. Okay, go back to Tunnel C, cross the wooden bridge. The dynamite's outside the small shack. Then we go back across the bridge and down the tunnel to a cave-in. Wow. Okay, so we go this way. It's complicated. Every time I play a game with pre-rendered backgrounds, when I see like individual polygons in the backgrounds, like these really chunky railroad ties, I always think to myself, why? It's pre-rendered. It doesn't cost anything to add more complexity. I mean, I guess it does increase the render time, so there is that. All right. Yeah, I mean, the fact that, I mean, for a game of this era and this style, you kind of just have to use a guide if you don't want to waste a bunch of time, right? And so the fact that I'm using a guide actually does mean it's going great, because it means I'm still playing it instead of not playing it. So, wait, do we not go... Oh, it says to continue down the tunnel. No, it says walk back across the... No, this is where I'm supposed to go. Wow, the walkthrough was not very clear about that point. It said to go back across the bridge, but I think it meant the little tiny bridge that we used to get to the shack. So we're going to have to put on the gas mask as soon as we blow this up. I'll go ahead and save. I love video games! Yeah, I did not get far enough away. Oh, come on now. Ugh, switch weapons. There we go. Oh, that was good. Okay, now the walkthrough had some details about monsters we're about to encounter. So, okay.
Weapon.
Okay, so this says, put on the gas mask, head down the tunnel. There's some larvae in a pool. When you come to a dead end, stay to the left, toss some dynamite at the larva, enter the small tunnel on the right. In the next area, run like hell, because it's filled with larvae and you're better off running than fighting. At the end of the cavern, you have to kill a drone, kill it, and enter the doorway ahead. Okay. All right. I have dynamite? Oh, I do have dynamite. I didn't know that. All right. So, I don't know what larvae are. I don't know if I'm supposed to know what the... Oh, that's right. The, Ow. Ow. Oh, I see. Okay. I think it said to stay to the right, or... Shit. Was it the left? Don't remember. Well, we'll figure it out. Okay, let me check. I think the name of this episode is like Tomb of the Underground God, I think. Stay to the left. Okay. Oh, okay. That was very effective. And then it wants me to enter the small tunnel. Oh, there it is. Okay, we're going to drop a save here. Oh, wait. Was that it? Huh. Okay. All right, well, let's save again. It's a niche god. Most people haven't heard of them. Good one. Good one. Like that. Niche god. Yeah, that's a good album title. All right, so apparently we're just supposed to book it here. Ow. Ow. Yeah, indeed. I guess that's a drone. Okay, well, it didn't take much. Okay. Well, that was short. Was that the whole level? What the fuck? That was the whole level. I don't know anything about Oni other than the fact that it was in the early days of Halo development. The people that were working on it had worked on Oni, and there's like really heavy vibes, like inspirational vibes in the concept art. All right. Okay, this is the Temple of Gardath, and okay, we have to take the stone. Low rent Indiana Jones bullshit. Literally. I think that was an explicit Indiana Jones pastiche. There's supposedly some shot. Did that say there were shotgun shells? I thought it did. Yeah, it says search the corpse for shotgun shells, but I think I only got a doctor's bag, right? Oh, there we go. It's next to it. Delicious. Yeah, welcome to the Zen segment. Oh, then they make Murloc noises! I'm not an MMOer, and even I know what a Murloc sounds like. Unfortunately, it's only when they attack you. But I don't want them to attack me, so I don't get to hear the sound. That is a Murloc noise. I'm right. Line them up. Jesus. Oh, nope. Oh, there's a big boy over there. You see him? Large. All right. I need to adjust my screen layout here so I can see the game and the walkthrough at the same time, because this is getting complicated. All right, let's see. Temple of Gardath. There we go. All right. Okay, so I'm supposed to head over here and put the stone there. Oh, I think I have to select it first. Oh, we're doing puzzles. More Murlocs. Alright, so now step on the platform at the end of the corridor. What, you mean over here? I feel like we're not supposed to go over here yet. Oh, shit! Let's see him again. Wow! Big boy! I don't think this is where I'm supposed to be yet, but we'll find out. It doesn't say anything about crossing the bridge or about there being a big monster over here. So, I suspect if I walk over here, I'm just going to get murked. Oh, yeah. No? Is he friendly? Intriguing. It just says to step on the platform at the end of the corridor, but I don't know what corridor they're talking about. Maybe there was something back over here I didn't notice. Wow. This fucking King's Quest 1 ass. You see what I mean? Just sort of a constant Doom 3 gristly flesh tissue noise. Wow, yeah, apparently we're going directly to Puzzle Town, because yeah, it apparently gets a lot more irritating at this point. That's why I'm referring to the walkthrough so much. Also, hey, let's hear it for let's hear it for night vision mode. making it actually possible to navigate that bridge. Ow. Ow. I have used Doctor's bag. Oh my god. No, fuck that. I'm redoing that one. That was dumb. There are totally reflectors you have to line up. Yeah, we're in one of those games now. They do sound adorable. I want to pet them. Yeah, we're taking a mulligan on that one. That didn't happen. You didn't see any of that. Fake. Just book it, okay? Book it like Pizza Hut. Hey, it turns out that jumping is an effective disengagement. Holy shit. I didn't think that would work. Did I take any damage in that fight? I don't think I did. $320 shotgun rounds is such a video game ass amount of ammo to have for a shotgun. Like, that's a lot. That's a lot of, like, you hear like 200 rounds of pistol ammo. That is a lot, don't get me wrong, but the amount of volume it takes up is not that great. Shotgun shells are huge. They're really big. Yeah, the walkthrough was just like, step on the platform at the end of the corridor. Didn't say anything about the 20 Murlocs I was going to encounter on the way over there. We called that walking fire in World War I. Or was it II? I can never remember. Is that a pit in front of me, or is that some water? Okay. Alright, this says I need to save my game very soon. Okay, and apparently the floor is going to fall away as soon as I grab this thing. So what do we do? Oh my god! Oh yeah! Alright. We have to jump. Oh, this is video games to me. Oh, they're finally real again. Marathon platforming. Yeah, exactly. Oops. This is so good. Colony ship for sale, cheap. Oh. Sorry, I had to look up that level. Colony ship for sale cheap is the 14th level in Marathon, the second level of Durandal. It is notorious for containing a platform-raising puzzle that is incredibly tedious to solve. The level's creator later jokingly apologized for creating this map. I don't think he was joking. Oh, this sucks! Oh. I think James Rolfe could do 40 minutes on just this room. This could just be him just yelling ass over and over. All right. First off, let's get smart. Do it that way. Okay. The walkthrough actually says save after every jump, which I think is so funny that would be their recommendation. All right. Yeah, it's so hard to tell which way you're facing. Ah! Put that over there. Oh my god! I just one-shotted it in night vision mode. Well, let's save that game. Wow! And you've got to be happy with that. Alright, where did I put this fucking walkthrough? There we go. Man! Alright. Alright, so I have to go back to the huge creature, who is apparently just chill. We love him, he loves us. That's good. It's okay, I'm... No! Oh, I love video games! It's kind of incredible that we figured out how to not have problems like this when it doesn't feel like something you could fix. It feels like something that would just happen sometimes. Don't worry about it. It's fine, actually. There's no problems. I don't know what you're upset about. This game is holding together on a thread and a prayer, or I guess maybe a process and a prayer. Holy shit. The seams are so fucking ragged. You see stuff like this and you think, Jesus Christ, and they published this. They released this and sold it for money. And like, hey, but you know what? I'm here. It's working. You know, by the standards of the time, this was not really that far away from AAA quality, in all honesty. Like, there was a non-zero quantity of very big name games that had similar quality or similar issues. So I you know, not that it wouldn't have been frustrated, but I don't think it would have been perceived as like damning, you know, in the way that these kind of problems would be today, because we just know that this is a solvable problem, that it does not need to be like this. Ow! There's larvae in there. Ow! Fuck you! Fuck you, Baltimore! Alright. What's our strat here? I think we're gonna save. And then... Okay, yeah, the recommendation is to just throw a dynamite in there, and I'm digging that because I've got like 60 of those. So... Well, I hit something. Just for good measure. Oh, yep, looks like I... Okay. Didn't get them all. Can't win them all. Oh, but it looks like I did the bulk of the work. Cool. Oh. God, survival horror game combat, right? Alright. Well, I wonder how this one's gonna work. So, okay. Get the stone. Once the floor begins to rise up, duck into the small alcove. Once the floor reaches that level. Alright, let's back up a step and... Okay, so the floor is going to rise up and we need to jump into that. How fast is this going to happen? Oh, pretty quick. Can't see shit, Captain. Alright, we're good. What? Huh? Did I just clip through the world? Okay. We'll do it again then. Yeah, I'll take that.
Goodbye.
Yeah, there's like... I think there's a little ramp you're supposed to slide down, but if you enter at the wrong angle, it just, like, loses its mind. Ugh. It's like, this challenge is not that hard. The real enemy is, you know... I think I'm facing the wrong direction. Yep. I done got goofied. No, if you stay on it, it kills you with the spikes. So you have to do it this way. Yeah, the collision hole in this game is just razor thin. It's all rice paper. You can just walk through it. Cops, if you're quick. Okay. You know what? I'm not brave enough to save right here. I'm gonna save once that animation stops. I don't trust that that piece of geometry is not still moving now that I think about it, and is going to eventually clip out like the Rise of the Triad push wall. So let's do that. Holy shit! What's happening? Oh yeah, like you look, when this game was new, it wasn't thought of as save scumming. It was just a given that you played games like this. What the fuck? Why did that work? Well, anyway, it was just a given that you played all games like this. This was perfectly normal. So again, I don't think it was necessarily seen as a problem because what are you upset about? Just reload. Yeah, these camera angles are amazing. I mean, they're really effective in terms of the creepiness, right? Like they're definitely super spooky, and I appreciate that. But the problem is that you're trying to do complicated, physical stuff while, contending with them, and like it just at some point it breaks the Broncos' back. All right, let me look at this list again. Okay, there is a huge jump coming up. Oh, shit! I was looking at the walkthrough and didn't hear him coming. Hilarious. All right. Okay, that doesn't look too bad, he says. Yeah, okay. Oh, cool. Let's not make any assumptions. That's something that Tim Rogers said in a review, which I don't know where he got it, but I adore it. He says a lot of strange things, so I'm just going to assume that... Oh! Boy! Oh, man. I could have been betrayed by the collision gods right there. Oh, and speaking of which... All right. Hey, watch this. All right. Do we do it this way? I guess we do. Yeah, I think what it is that little chunk of rock that was sticking out is not actually at the same level as the floor, and so you lose traction as you're going over it, and then you don't get coyote time. So there's nowhere to make your leap off of. So that makes sense, I suppose. Man, I just had a completely crazy idea. People just sort of people just let me do whatever I want, basically. And so sometimes I just have ridiculous ideas, and this one was just like, what if I just played through like most of the Halo campaigns? Because I've never really played more than about 2/3 of the first game. It'd be more consistent than this, right? We'd probably get through it faster. All right, let's place that. Yeah, maybe I will. Maybe I will. I like Halo. And I've played enough of several of the games to know that it's reasonably jammy, as far as I'm concerned. Though most recently I tried to play through Halo 2, and that game is a mess. Like, the campaign in that game is a mess. Like, there are so many moments in it, I found, where it's just, you could just sort of get mentally soft-locked, like in the sense of, where the fuck do I go next? What do they want me to do? It really feels unfinished in some places. Oh! Alright, now, I believe the tutorial says to not take the first one I can get to. So. Okay, so 1 and 3 are a lot more polished. Okay. Isn't the Master Chief Collection only up to 2 or maybe 3? Or did they get more done? It's up to 4. Oh, okay. Well, I could certainly do that many, because I don't even know... What did 5 come out for? Like, what platform was that? Was that still 360? ODST and Reach? Okay. Well, that's fucking 6 games. So... It's great that this... It's great that this is the camera angle they give you, and you just have to stand here for a minute to find out that this is what's going on. What are you supposed to do here? Oh, okay, terrific. Yeah, wait. Push the lever on the wall to open a secret door and follow this hall to the real stone. After grabbing the stone, save your game. You have to make a timed run to avoid the spikes. But the spikes are here now. Oh, okay. But so you could just walk through them at first. So what happens now? Does the pattern change? I don't get it. It looks like I can just walk through. Oh! Okay. Alright, well maybe we'll do some Halo gaming in the near future then. You all want to hear my opinions on Halo. Yeah, I love Sense Fortress. Easy! Game's easy! Oh man. Fuck it. This is the kind of gameplay that save scumming enables, okay? When you know you can always just pop back 10 seconds, you can just try shit. All video games should let you save scum. It's what God intended. Alright. Okay. Alright, this says to just put this on the dingus. Yeah, the fact that the tendrils are always there, no matter how far away you are, is just delightful. There they are. Our friend, our buddy, he's still over there. Here's a guy.
300 megabytes.
Yep, the damage fall off on the shotgun really do be like that. Oh shit, hello. Every time I see this guy, every time I get a clear shot of this guy, I'm just like, damn, look at that fellow! What a dude! Let me take a screenshot. There we go. Okay. Apparently all we do is walk across this. Oh. And it says the drones are going to swarm me, but to ignore them and to just keep going.
What's wrong with you? Why didn't you kill him?
I thought Trola,
What? Replace me? It was I who summoned you. If not for me, you would have slept another 10 millennia in this ancient pit. I awoke you. I gave you an entire town to feed on. And this is how you repay me?
It'd be really funny to redub this.
No longer useful. And this is what you chose to replace me?
Yeah!
This human superior to me? You pathetic crap! I made you! I created you from the void you've been banished to! If not for me, you...
He's getting murlocked.
Weapon!
You will now take the ruin
hell I will.
Oh, Samedi is here. Oh, that's right. Yeah, he can possess Scat Dazzle.
You surely die.
Where the hell did you...
He's literally a stand.
I see you've awoken the Elder God.
I had nothing to do with that.
I know. There's no way a little man like you could bring this monster out of eternity. But you can't send it back. This entire chamber is designed to contain that monster. All you need is a binding stone. It's disc-shaped, with the image of that fiend engraved on it.
You mean like this?
That's the one. The seal on the floor is incomplete without it.
They must have really seen players struggling during QA.
Beneath the creature, I'll hold these foul.
Shut up, Zero. We don't need that shit.
You best get the hell out of here. Oh, and stranger,
Oh God, why would it? Oh no. We'll get crushed by debris if we don't run over here, so. I love that you have to do that during this climactic moment. Supposedly we're done. I wish I got to watch the guy getting... Man, they knew how to make video games at this point in time, and no other. We have only gotten worse since this point. I think I'm supposed to
I live again.
I'm sorry, what? I didn't save through any of that, but it's okay because it was really straightforward. So all I have to do is just skip cinematic. But like, wow! All right, have a good night, App Tips. Wow! Terminal Reality, some of the people to ever do it. The fucking Murloc noises slay me. Actually, the Murlocs slay me. Everything just falling over dead at once. Oh, gotta get closer. Not here. Not yet. There we go. Yeah, I hadn't walked far enough to hit the trigger. Hilarious! And I think that's it. Is it just going to kick us? Okay.
This whole place feels different now. We did well.
That thing is still down there in the mine. Asleep. But it's still there.
Surely no one will mess with that thing again. Yeah, right. I'll order a spook house containment team to seal this place off.
Well, there it is. Yeah, Spook House is the name of the X-Files organization you work for. So yeah, that's Nocturne. It's a really interesting game. Like, I think I've made my point as far as that goes, that this is a really interesting game. Yeah, that's the ending. Like, there's 3 more chapters of this. As far as I know, similar size. I have not played any of the others. I did a little bit of Windy City Massacre, which is pretty janky. Let me see. The House on the Edge of Hell is presumably, a genuine, or presumably a reference to, a very direct reference to Lovecraft, I would guess. Okay, and I just flipped through a couple of bits of a YouTube video on it. And yeah, it has a Alone in the Dark energy to it. So I don't know if I'll do more of this or do a different game next stream, but that was pretty good. I think obviously at this point now is a good time to wrap up the stream. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I've been thinking about that game for decades, and primarily in the form of sort of minced memories of it. Like, I wouldn't say that I remembered it incorrectly. I will say that I don't remember it being quite that janky. I definitely remember it having, tank controls and being a little awkward because of the control scheme and the camera angles and whatnot. Just the universal things for survival horror games, particularly in this era. But I don't remember it being quite so buggy because I don't think I played it nearly that much. Like, I'm pretty sure the demo ended when you get to the mine entrance. I don't think I got any further than that. And I know I must have done the rescue missions because I did get that far. It's hard to imagine as a kid that I had the patience to deal with that pathfinding. So I wonder if it worked the same in the demo. And yeah, exactly. Like, I part of why I played this is because I figured that I'm guessing that pretty much nobody watching right now was aware of this game or had really seen it. And I remember when it came out that the demo was available everywhere. I think I did in fact get it on a demo CD, either as a cover disc or maybe it was it might have come with a graphics card. Now that I think about it. But you could also just get it from, File Planet or whatever. It was widely available. But I don't think it was tremendously successful, and I don't think that it was really talked about. And so it's always been in the back of my head as like this thing that I knew about and nobody else really seemed to. So I always kind of wanted to spread awareness of the Nocturne situation. And yeah, the tank controls are not great. I'll be real, it does not feel good to play this game. That's a fact. It does not feel great to play this game. It has all the same problems as all other tank control games. It's very awkward. But when you sort of stand back and look at it and ask, what would make it better? What would be a better way for this to play? I just don't know that there is a way to fix it, as it were. I think that a lot of what makes the Resident Evils and Alones in the Darks of the world work is the fact that they're so awkward. I think that if you put this in a first-person or a conventional third-person configuration, that it would be kind of thin, I feel like. In the same way that I think that if Dark Souls were easier, there really wouldn't be anything to it, and it wouldn't be worth playing, because if that game was not full of extremely difficult challenges, you'd finish it in about 45 minutes. There's really not much content there. What is there is magnified tremendously by the effort it takes to get through it. So, I sort of feel the same way about this, that what it would take, tank controls means, left and right to rotate and forward back. I think that what it would take to turn this into something that would work with a different control scheme would involve adding 10 times more content to the game to make it actually fulfilling at that point. You're kind of so busy here just moving around successfully and figuring out where you are and getting your bearings and whatnot, that you don't really have that much time to look at the world and the thinness of it. But I don't know, maybe if it was like a Devil May Cry sort of control scheme where you still have the fixed camera angles, but just you press a direction on a joystick and it moves in that direction relative to the camera. Maybe that would work without too much overhauling. It's a shame, however, that this will never happen because this game is going to be an IP hell for the rest of time because it is not one that is loved enough to get dragged back from the brink. So we'll never know. But either way, yeah, I think it was worth the time and effort. Thank you all for joining. That was fun. I'm glad I managed to get this stream going today, and yeah. Everybody have a good night, and I guess you know what? We're not going to see each other before Christmas, so happy holidays, Merry Christmas. Holy fucking shit, let's hope 2026 is better. See y'all later.